Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight we'll cover the story on the Solar War. Before we dive into the madness, be sure to like, comment in videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. And I want to thank you guys for the support. Last but not least, before I forget, check out the merch in the description below. Now, let's get into the video.
Hololithic suns burned in the air above the stone of the strategium table, a whole system made small enough to fit within a single chamber of the Barb Bastion. Terra hung at the center of the projection, a perfect globe of ghostlight, circled by the silver coin of Luna. Further out, the cold points of Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Pluto drifted along their ordained paths, a clockwork of light. Around each world hung skeins of fire. They were not real flames, but lines and arcs drawn in lore script and tactical glyphs, hovering as luminous traces, turning the Sol system into a fortress map. Kill zones were marked in red, overlapping like the petals of some predatory flower. Amber bands denoted minefields that cut through expected translation lanes. Gold strands showed the footprints of fleet patrols and the spheres of macro battery coverage. A sea of tiny runes swarmed around the lines, each glyph a bastion, a station, a gun moon, a manned platform, a sacrificial ship walling the throne from the void. The 5 spheres of defense shimmered in nested rings, each a burning coronet. The first sphere lay cold and distant around Pluto, a necklace of fortress moons and orbital bastions stretched thin across the dark. The second glowed around Uranus. The third rested in the shadow of Jupiter's swollen bulk. The fourth circled Mars, half siege and half prison. The fifth was a tight knot around Terra and the moon, a storm of fire waiting to be born. Rogel Dorn, Praetorian of Terra, stood within that artificial firmament and saw only the gaps. The hololithic light painted his armor in shades of sickly blue and gold, lending a false softness to lines that were in fact brutally precise. His features might have been carved from stone hauled from some nameless mountain on Inwit. Hard cheekbones, a straight nose, lips set in a permanent line of hard purpose. The eyes, pale as ice, gave the lie to the rest. They were tired, not with the weakness of age, but with the weight of numbers no man should ever have to count. His gauntleted hand moved, fingers flexing minutely, and the hololithic display answered. Sigils brightened, lines thickened. Small parts of the system swelled into greater detail, then shrank again. To each shift of light corresponded lives, assets, entire fleets. Not enough. The thought was as calm and implacable as the man himself. It did not form itself as words. Dorn did not truly think in such small things when he looked upon war. It was an arithmetic in his blood, learned in the crucible of the Great Crusade and refined in the savage logic of the heresy. Not enough ships, not enough bastions, not enough time. He had turned a whole system into a fortress. And still, he could see the paths the War Master would take. Behind him, gathered along the curving walls of the strategium, his senior officers watched the shifting light in silence. Admirals in their dark void coats, generals of the Imperial Army with campaign ribbons, like small, colorful wounds across their chests. Robed Mechanicum Magi, whose augmetic eyes clicked and whirred as they drank in data. Legion captains of the Imperial Fists standing at attention in yellow ceramite, a hard ring of armor around their gene sire. At the far edge of the chamber stood Malcador. The regent wore robes of neutral grey, as if attempting to be the least remarkable presence in the room. It did not work. There was a pressure about him, a density in the air, as if some invisible weight hung from his shoulders and bent the space around. The Emperor was not here. That absence was a presence of its own, a hollow in the center of everything that no light or sound could fill. Dorn felt it as a physical ache, a missing limb that still sent phantom pain. His father was locked within the hidden war of the Webway, waging a battle that could not be allowed to fail. And so this war, vast and terrible though it was, became almost a contingency in the grand design. Almost. Dorn's gaze tracked from outer spheres to inner, Pluto to Terra. The War Master would come. The outer defenses would bleed him. It was all simple in the abstract. Simple, and still not enough. He spoke at last, his voice carrying easily through the chamber without need of vox amplification. "Run it again." The hololithic suns flickered. Lines of light rewove themselves into new patterns. The Sol system reset, then filled once more with projected fire as the cogitators showed potential paths of invasion, iterating through trajectories, arrival vectors, expected fleet dispositions. A thought came unbidden, half memory and half quiet blasphemy. This should be his to do. In another time, in another truth, the Emperor would stand here, his will the axis around which the war turned. Dorn would stand at his side, a weapon shaped to his hand. Instead, the Praetorian carried the burden alone. He studied a new simulation as it played out. Horus arrives at Pluto with the full might, bull, of his traitor armada. The first sphere engages in practiced, murderous fire. Pluto's moons blaze like small suns as their macro batteries speak. Thousands of enemy vessels die, tens of thousands. It was a beautiful arithmetic of annihilation. Enough ships burn that the hololithic light flares white, washing out the color for a moment. Then the display cleared, and there, pushing through the fire, the War Master's core fleets remained. The sons of Horus, the Iron Warriors, the Death Guard, a dozen other legions, and their attendant swarms of darkened Mechanicum hulls and corrupt human flotillas. Wounded, yes. Wounded and enraged, still coming. Dorn watched the simulation grind inward, the 5 spheres falling one after another in projections of cold logic. Losses inflicted in return were enormous beyond sane comprehension. Whole populations burned, whole worlds scoured. In every outcome, the system became a grave too vast to truly imagine. In every outcome, the War Master reached Terra. He shut the display down with a gesture, stopping the progression halfway between Mars and the throne world. The silence that followed was not quite complete. The mechanized whisper of the hololithic emitters remained, the gentle rasp of armor as legionaries shifted their weight, the soft thrum of reactors deep beneath the stone. All of that, Dorn said, all of that slaughter, all of that sacrifice, to buy time. No one answered. There was nothing useful to say. Later, when the briefings and the calculations were done, when the admirals and generals and magi had filed out, the Praetorian remained alone in the strategium with only Malcador for company. The hololithic suns burned low now, muted, casting long shadows across carved stone. Dorn looked at the display one last time before turning to his regent. "It will not hold," he said. "Not forever. Not against what he brings." Malcador inclined his head. His lined face was unreadable. "Nothing holds forever," the sigillite replied. "We are not tasked with eternity, Rogel. We are tasked with duration. The Emperor needs time." Dorn's jaw clenched. "He needs a system to still exist when he emerges." "Then you will give him one," Malcador said simply. When Dorn left the strategium, he did so with his decision already made. There was no room in him for doubt. Doubt was for men who had the luxury of time. He had only the war. He summoned Sigismund to the hall of the Praetorians. The Templar arrived swiftly, armor still marked with the scars of recent engagements. Once, not so long past, others had looked upon Sigismund and seen only the first captain of the Imperial Fists, the exemplar of Dorn's sons. Now there was a shadow over him, a private shame that had spread in whispers through the Legion. Failures at Istvan, questions of judgment, of obedience. It did not matter here. He went to one knee before his Primarch, helm held at his hip, head bowed, a Mane of dark hair fell around a face too harsh to ever be handsome, scarred and tired beyond its years. "Father," he said. Dorn looked down at him, eyes measuring. For a heartbeat, the hardness softened, not in pity, but in recognition. "Rise," the Praetorian said. "We have little time." Sigismund rose. He stood rigidly to attention, every line of his body that of a warrior awaiting sentence or absolution. "You will take command of the first sphere," Dorn said. Sigismund blinked once. "My lord?" "Pluto," Dorn clarified. "The fortress moons, the outer bastions. You will be my hand at the system's edge." The words hit Sigismund with the weight of a blow. For a moment, his mind filled with images he had only seen as projections and sigil strings. The gun moons of Kerberos and its siblings, their cores refitted to house titanic macro cannons. Station clusters linked by umbilicals thicker than city spires. Minefields thick as dust around the chthonic gate. He thought too of the projections he had seen, the lines of red and gold and amber collapsing inward under the War Master's assault. "An honor," he said slowly, "and a duty. For you, duty and death are likely to be the same thing," Dorn said. There was no gentleness in it. The first sphere will bear the initial impact. It will break under that impact. That is its purpose, its only purpose, to shatter across the War Master's hull and leave the rest of the system time to burn him. Sigismund met his father's gaze. In those pale eyes he saw no hope offered, no lie of salvation, only expectation. "Then I will make the breaking count," he said. Dorn stepped closer, resting a heavy gauntlet on Sigismund's shoulder guard. "You will hold until you cannot," the Primarch said. "You will be the first wall, and you will fall as walls must, but you will fall hard. Do you understand me, Sigismund?" "Yes," the Templar replied. "I understand." "Good," Dorn said. "Go to Pluto. Go to the graves." When Sigismund left Terra, the fleet that carried him was a spear of light stabbing outward through the dark. Solar auxiliar troopships, battle barges, squadron after squadron of escort craft, all forming a moving bastion around the chthonic warp gate. At the heart of it, riding aboard a bastion ship whose void shields were layered thicker than city walls, traveled cohort commander Caius Varron. He stood at a viewing port as Pluto swelled before the fleet, a faint, cold disk rimed with artificial light. Around the dwarf world moved its moons, once bare and dead and forgotten by most, now encrusted with steel and stone. Girders wrapped them like cages. Gun emplacements studded their surfaces in ranks like teeth. Docking piers jutted from their flanks, hosting swarms of small craft. One moon in particular drew Varron's eye. Kerberos, its icy crust boiled away and replaced with burnished armor plating. Heat shimmered around it, a soft glow of waste energy leaking from the cavernous reactors buried in its heart. At one pole, the yawning mouth of a macro cannon battery hung open like the barrel of a planetary rifle, big enough to swallow void ships whole. "Emperor's breath," murmured one of the junior officers at Varron's side. "It will need to be more than that," Varron said. His voice came out flat. "We are to stop brother against brother. That is what these fortresses are for." He had come from Mars. The memory rose unbidden as he watched the gun moons circle Pluto, lit by distant starlight and their own belching exhausts. Mars had been his previous posting when the schism tore the red planet apart. He had stood on the decks of loyalist cruisers as the forges turned against one another, half the Mechanicum howling praise to the War Master, and darker things besides, the other half barely holding back their own corrupted kin. He remembered the sight of the red planet, wreathed in fire, its orbital shipyards spitting lances and torpedoes at one another across the void, its docked vessels running with strange lights as scrap code infestations rewrote machine spirits into murderous hatred. He remembered the chant of Binharic hymns over the Vox, as loyalist tech priests poured their will into void shields straining under bombardment. He remembered the voices of men on the troop decks, praying or cursing, or simply staring at bulkheads, waiting for the order to assault their own former allies. Voices of workers clinging to gantries high above forge canyons, riveters and welders turned into impromptu militia as Skitarii and heretic battle automata clashed below, their heavy footfalls shaking the very structures the mortals worked upon. The scream of servitors whose flesh could still feel pain, even as their mechanoid limbs dragged them into crossfire. The thin wails of astropaths, bleeding from eyes and nose, as the warp boiled around Mars like a storm. Mars had not fallen yet. It crouched in chains, half conquered, half besieged, the ring of loyalist ships around it a cordon that could not hold forever. Varan had been pulled from that red hell and thrown outward, to Pluto, to another ring, another wall to die on. As his transport's engines changed pitch and the vast hull began to maneuver toward a docking cradle on Kerberos, Varan pressed one hand against the armored plasteel of the viewing port. Somewhere within the web of stations and moons, his cohort would make their billets, would dig themselves into corridors and bastions, would learn every inch of metal they might have to die defending. On terraformed agri-worlds and hive planets across the system, others did the same. Men in void suits clung to the skull of some half-finished macro gun, their bodies dwarfed by the size of its mechanisms. They welded plating into place, while the machine under them hummed with latent power, knowing that when it fired in earnest, it would kill more in a heartbeat than any infantry regiment could in a year. In cramped habs carved into rock and metal hulls, conscript regiments listened as their sergeants explained the realities of void combat and orbital defense. In Manufactoria, lines of servitors trudged forward to be fitted into alcoves along station walls, their eyes burned out and replaced with aiming lenses, their hands welded to trigger assemblies they would never cease to hold. On one nameless platform above Saturn, a laborer paused in his work to look out across the void. He saw pinpricks of light that were not stars, ships burning their reactors hot as they shifted station. To him, they were beautiful and terrifying and remote. He thought of the family he had left below on a gas-harvesting platform in the storms of the planet. He wondered quietly if he would ever see them again. On a troop barge inbound toward Luna, a boy who had lied about his age to enlist realized that the bunk space he crowded into was for dying men, not heroes from the tales. The air in the hold stank of sweat and recycled oxygen. The walls were covered in scratched litanies, prayers to the Emperor for deliverance or for a clean death. The boy traced one with his fingers and tried to remember the faces of his parents. The memory was already blurring. The war demanded them all. It chewed through them without hesitation, without remorse. To the hololithic display in the Barb Bastion, they were only glyphs and numbers and projections of available force. To Dorn, they were weight in the scales, necessary sacrifices to balance an equation that could not be allowed to end in Terra's death. In the hall of the Praetorians, those sacrifices were given shape. The silent council gathered there, beneath towering marble statues of the Primarchs, their stone faces looking down upon the living with cold regard. Rogel Dorn stood at the head of a long table of obsidian veined with gold thread sigils. Malkador sat to his right, hands folded, eyes half-lidded, as if listening to voices only he could hear. Around them, human admirals reported the disposition of their fleets, their words crisp, but their eyes shadowed. Generals of the Imperial Army presented lists of regiments, divisions and armies assigned to each sphere. Magi of the Mechanicum rose in turn, their mechadendrites twitching as they described void platforms, macro batteries, lance arrays, minefields, scrap code barriers. all of it combed and recombined into a lattice of defense. "Alfarius will not strike where we expect him," one admiral said, bitter humor threading his tone. "He is not his brother Perturabo, to batter against fixed lines until they crack." "That is true," Malcador murmured. "He will strike where we do not expect him, because there is nowhere left from which he cannot," another commander said. "The Alpha Legion is already within our lines. We have seen their work on distant worlds. We have seen it here." Dorn's gaze cooled further at that, if such a thing was possible. "Perturabo will come where the fortifications are thickest," he said. "He will want to measure himself against them. He will want to prove that no wall can stand before him." "And Horus?" Malcador asked softly. The question hung in the air, heavy as lead. "Horus will go where the Empire's heart is," Dorn said. "He will come to Terra. Nothing we do changes that. All that is left to us is to decide how much of his strength we can break off before he stands at the palace gates. Every legion he brings, every mortal ship, every darkened forge must be bled. Alfarius, Perturabo, all the rest. Names are nothing now, only tonnage, only firepower." They spoke of trajectories, of likely axes of attack, of the way in which the War Master might use Mars as a staging ground, or Luna as a hammer. They spoke of the ruin storm, and the severed lines of reinforcement from Ultramar. They spoke briefly of the angels that still fought to carve a path back to Terra. "Sanguinius holds at Beta Garman," Malcador reported. "The angel bleeds worlds into the void there, burning them to slow Horus's approach. Jagatai Khan wages war against the outflanking thrusts," an admiral added. "The white scars ride the warp storms like a hunter's knife at the War Master's flanks." "Can they be here?" Dorn asked. He did not ask if they would live. That answer was beyond his reach. Malcador's expression did not change, but his silence was answer enough before he spoke. "They will come," he said, "but not soon. The storms conspire against them. The ruin storm writhes with the will of entities that do not wish them to arrive. You must plan as if you stand without them." Dorn nodded once. "Then that is how we will plan." Far from Terra, aboard a vessel whose mass and profile were familiar nightmares to every loyal heart, Ezekiel Abaddon stood in, a chamber lit by the sickly glow of warp light and lumen strips. The walls were decorated with banners torn from conquered worlds, their colors faded, their sigils overpainted with the eye of Horus. Captains of the Sons of Horus and allied legions stood around him, their armor a patchwork of glory and corruption. World eaters with chain axes resting on their shoulders, silent and barely leashed. Word-bearers murmuring half-heard devotions. Pale thousand suns, sorcerers with their gaze turned inward. Mortal fleet commanders, their eyes bright with fanaticism or hollowed by fear. Abaddon's own armor was a towering mass of green and black, the eye of the War Master burning on his breastplate. His hair, once bound in warrior's braids, had been shorn close, leaving only the dark stubble on his skull. His face was a scarred, brutal mask, his eyes hard. "The solar war begins here," he said. His voice carried through the chamber, resonant, touched by a new edge of something not entirely human. "Not at Istvan, not at Kalth, not at Prospero, or any of those dead worlds in our wake. Those were wounds. This is the killing stroke." He turned, indicating a hololithic projection of the Sol system, suspended above a projector's dais. It was not so different from the one in the Barb Bastion, and yet utterly unlike. Where Dorn's display was precise, this one flickered with warp fire, with ghostly tendrils of light writhing between the orbits. "Here," Abaddon continued, "is the false throne. Here is the heart of the failing lie that has ruled mankind. The War Master will tear it out, and from its corpse we will raise a new standard. This is not merely a siege, it is a birth, the birth of a truer empire." Some of the captains murmured assent. Others remained silent, their fanaticism turned inward, their loyalty reserved for Horus alone. The Praetorian has turned every rock and station in this system into a gun, Abaddon said, lip-curling. He believes he can drown us in the blood of his own people. Very well, we will wade through it. The more he slaughters, the more pleasing the offering to the powers who favor us. Every loyal ship we break, every bastion we raise, every world we scour brings us closer to the day when Terra burns. He raised his hand, clenched it into a fist. Prepare your fleets. When the signal comes, when the paths through the storms open, we fall upon them. No hesitation, no mercy. The age of the corpse on the throne ends in soul. In the deep wards of the imperial palace, where light was filtered through layers of sigil-etched crystal, astropaths sat in their circles of gold and bone. Their sightless eyes stared upward, their skin thin and veined, their bodies more scar than flesh. They were the sole ears of the Imperium, attuned to the distant cries of worlds and fleets. They screamed almost as one. Visions clawed through their minds, carried on tides of raw warp force, a shadow moving. Between the stars, the size of a sun and darker than the void. The howling laughter of things older than human memory, tasting the fear that rolled off whole populations as they gazed up at their own defended sky and wondered if it would be enough. Planets rolled on in their orbits, serene in their ancient courses. Fleets swept along pre-plotted patrol paths, engines burning steady, crew at battle stations, weapons locked and loaded. On station decks and bastion walls, men and women of the Imperium stared out into the void and saw nothing yet that was not their own doing. In the Barb Bastion, Dorn stood once more before the hololithic suns. Alone now, without counsel, without audience, he watched the lines of light that marked his 5 spheres of defense. He imagined, with the cold clarity that was both his gift and his curse, those lines buckling and breaking under the impact to come. Somewhere beyond the edge of the system, beyond even the reach of his most far-ranging. Augurs! The War Master turned his gaze toward Saul. The calm held. It would not last. The freighter Primigenia came out of the warp like any other burdened workhorse of the Imperium, her hull scabbed with repair plate and her holds stuffed with processed ore and feedstock from 100 compliant worlds. She had plied the void for decades, her machine spirit old and cantankerous, her crew a mix of hive-born voidsmen and press-ganged labor that knew every groaning bulkhead and flickering lumen strip better than they knew the faces of their own families. Her wake tore a brief, bright wound in the high reaches above Terra, a flare of unreality snapping back into the cold, hard logic of real space. Auspec's towers on the throne world's orbital ring registered her emergence with dispassionate precision. Identification codes were checked, recognized, logged. Clearance for approach was granted. Traffic control adepts muttered rote blessings into their vox picks and shifted other vessels a few increments aside to make room. On the Primigenia's bridge, the master of the ship let out a breath he had not realized he had been holding. Real space. The familiar discomfort of gravity under artificial decks. The subtle hum of void shields and drive plumes in harmony. The star that was Terra's sun burned like a holy wound in the black ahead, and beyond it lay the world no man of the Imperium could see without feeling something stir in his chest. "Course confirmed," said an officer from his station, fingers flickering over brass runes. "Orbital slot locked in. Praise the master of mankind." The master nodded, half listening. His gaze lingered on the blue-white curve of the throne world. Even out here, so high above the cradle of humanity, he could see the crawling lines of orbitals and station clusters. It was as if a crown of steel had been hammered onto Terra's brow. "Bring us in," he said. Steady as she... He never finished. The first detonation began deep within the ship, in the tangled warren of holds and machinery where the Primigenia's heart should have been. It was not a simple explosion. It was an argument waged in machine code, a scrap of language that no loyal tech priest would ever write, uncoiling at the speed of thought through data coronas and control lines. For a single perfect instant, every system aboard the freighter saw a command that overrode all others. Engines, reactor, shield projectors, cargo mag clamps, even humble lumen spirits flickered as one madness took them. Then, the Primigenia tore herself apart. From the point of view of an orbital Auspex tower, one moment there was a tagged vessel, mass and velocity and transponder data all within acceptable parameters. The next, there was a blossom of violent light as the freighter's core went critical. Fire burst outward in ragged petals, shattering the spine of the ship, ripping holds open like tin. A halo of superheated vapor expanded, studded with chunks of metal and boiling cargo. The Primigenia's broken corpse tumbled, her forward sections slamming into one another, detonations chasing themselves along her length. Pieces the size of cathedral domes sheared off, glowing like small suns. The shockwave battered nearby traffic, rattling void shields, sending lighter vessels spinning. The orbital ring around Terra had been built to withstand war. Its defense stations and void docks wore armor measured in fortress thickness. Their shields overlapped, their machine spirits vigilant. They had been designed to stand against lance batteries, torpedo salvos, even the mass impact of ramming ships. They had not been expecting a loyal freighter to die in their midst, like a suicide bomber in a crowded shrine. Burning debris sleeted across the sky. Plates of armored hull, entire cargo sections, ruptured fuel tanks, and reactor fragments rained down on the orbital clusters. Some shattered harmlessly against void shields. Others warped by the wrong momentum at the wrong instant, knifed through weak points, smashing into docks and platforms. A dock that had just launched a squadron of interceptors vanished under a slab of incandescent metal that cut it in half. A habitation wheel, home to tens of thousands of workers and their families, was holed clean through, its atmosphere vented in a roaring gale that threw men and machinery alike into the void. The lower fragments, slowed by their passage through the web of orbitals, fell into Terra's upper atmosphere. They burned as they fell, streaks of fire across the firmament. In hive cities across the throne world's face, millions looked up in awe and fear as the night turned briefly brighter than day. Some fell to their knees and made the sign of the Aquila, believing they were seeing miracles. In a handful of unfortunate places, the falling wreckage did not burn away completely. A chunk of reactor casing the size of a hab block smashed through the cloud layer and came down on the outskirts of a manufacturum district, flattening habs and factor towers alike. The shockwave rolled outwards, shattering windows, toppling statues of the emperor, turning streets into charred trenches lined with broken bodies. Millions died in the space of a few heartbeats, most without ever knowing why. In the Bab Bastion, warning runes flared across the hololithic displays with a ferocity that made veteran Auspex adepts flinch. Rogel Dorn turned toward the strategium's main screen as data strings scrolled faster than human eyes could truly process. He watched the Primigenia's symbol flare, expand, fragment into a hurricane of smaller glyphs, then scatter and fade as the cogitators struggled to track individual pieces of wreckage. "Impact analysis," growled an admiral. "Multiple station strikes," came the response from a pallid Vox adept. "Casualty projections. Climbing. Thrown. They are climbing still." "How?" another officer demanded. "Does a freighter suffer spontaneous core breach on station approach?" "It does not," Malkador said quietly. Dorn did not look at the Regent. His gaze was on a secondary screen now, where mechadendrites blurred as a Mechanicum Magos interfaced directly with raw telemetry, searching for the first sin in the chain. It was boarded, Dorn said, without yet having proof. The words met no resistance in his own mind. Or corrupted. Show me her last transmissions. Ghost voice filled the air, distorted by interference and sudden overload. Fragments of the Primigenia's internal vox spilled out, a cacophony of shouts, alarm klaxons, the flat recitation of emergency litanies. Hidden under that, at a pitch most human ears could not quite hear, there was another sound, a fast, clicking chant, a pattern that was not speech as men understood it. Scrap code. They seeded her, Malcador murmured. Someone buried a command deep in her systems and waited until she was at just the right place, just the right time. The right place to do the most damage, Dorn said, and to make a point. A junior officer, pale and sweating, hurried forward with a data slate. Lord Praetorian, he stammered. Deck crews from Dock Cluster Lamed report. This was painted on a fragment that struck their station. He held the slate out. On it, captured by a picked savant before fire took the corridor, was the image of a twisted chunk of hull. Across the metal, scrawled in some phosphorescent fluid that still burned with its own inner light, was a sigil. A serpent, its body split into many heads, all snarling, all coiled together. Dorn stared at the Hydra for a long moment. His expression did not change. When he spoke, his voice was very calm. Alpha Legion, he said. In that instant, he knew two things with perfect clarity. The first was that the sabotage of the Primigenia and the deaths it had wrought were only the opening gesture of a much larger game. The second was that the solar war had begun without any formal declaration. The enemy was already inside his walls. Caius Varron felt the shock of the Primigenia's death as a tremor under his boots. He was on Terra, not in orbit, standing on the ferrocrete apron of Damocles' starport when the sky lit with falling fire. The starport was a sprawling plain of landing pads, bulk lift cranes and armored bunkers, all ringed by curtain walls and bristling with anti-ship batteries. It was the throat by which countless regiments and shipments passed between ground and orbit. Varron had been ordered there to oversee the embarkation of his cohort for final transport outward. Instead, he watched as burning lines carved themselves across the firmament. For a heartbeat, there was an eerie beauty to it. The light reflected in the polished armor of his solar auxilia, turning their visors to molten gold. The air tasted ionized, like the moment before a storm. Then the Voxnet screamed. Catastrophic orbital event, came the barked report from the starport's command tower. Unidentified debris contacting atmosphere on multiple vectors. Impact warnings in hives, Talon Secundus, Merica, Pan Pacificus, Emperor Preservus, the casualty projections. Other channels cut across that, a rising tide of noise. Local patrol craft requesting emergency clearance. Hab districts crying for guidance, for protection, for someone to tell them what was happening. Varron's own unit net chimed as a priority signal cut through. Cohort Commander Varron, came the hard voice of a palace staff officer. Your embarkation is cancelled. You are to take your men to Damocles Internal. There are reports of disturbance in the lower concourses. Possible enemy action. You are authorized to use lethal force to restore order. Move now. Varron did not waste breath with questions. He gestured to his tribunes, and the orders flashed down the line with the crisp efficiency of drilled men. Solar auxilia moved like armored stormfronts, their plate and void helmets turning them into faceless bulwarks. They advanced into the starport's interior, weapons ready, boots ringing on metal floors. Varron went at their head, his own armor a more ornate version of theirs, his cloak hanging straight despite the rush. Damocles Internal was a maze of transit tunnels, cargo bays, civilian concourses and maintenance ducts. It should have been busy with the usual mix of pilgrims, workers and soldiers. Instead, it sounded like a war already in progress. Gunfire echoed along the corridors. The flat crack of last weapons, the harsher bark of stubbers. The air was filled with the sound of panicked shouting and shattering glass. The first bodies they found were Arbites. They lay in a knot near a security checkpoint, carapace armor blackened, their shotguns fallen from nerveless hands. Someone had taken the time to paint crude hydras on the bulkheads in their blood. "Contact," voxed one of Varen's forward squads. "Multiple hostiles in Concourse Gamma. Civilians mixed in. They are chanting some kind of litany." "Advance," Varen ordered. "Suppress them. Minimize collateral if you can. If you cannot, do not hesitate." They pushed into Concourse Gamma and found the riot in full flower. Once, it had been a vaulted walkway lined with commercial kiosks and shrine alcoves. Now, crowd barriers lay overturned, stalls smashed, shrines defaced. Civilians surged in chaotic knots, some trying to flee, others moving with a horrible purpose. Among them, Varen's visor picked out shapes, moving with disturbing coordination. Men in repurposed worker armor, their visors painted with crude hydra serpents. Off-duty planetary defense troopers, wearing the insignia of the throne, firing on Arbite's barricades while they shouted praise to the War Master. Robed figures standing on toppled plinths, preaching of a coming liberation from the tyrant on Terra. Behind them, high on the concourse walls, Varen saw the dark shapes of automated defense laser housings. Little warning runes blinked angrily along their casings. "Those emplacements should be locked in safe mode," he muttered. As he watched, one turned, slowly, betraying the correct arc of fire. Its barrel tracked down toward the concourse floor, where loyal troops were taking cover. "Scrap code," a Vox technician hissed. "Someone has overridden the target rights." "Bring it down," Varen snapped. His men moved with ruthless precision. Heavy Volkite weaponry spat lines of emerald heat into the ceiling, chewing through the armored housings of the corrupted lasers. One exploded, showering machinery and molten metal onto the crowd. Another sagged and died with a shower of sparks, its machine spirit finally severed from the foreign command. On the concourse floor, Varen drew his power maul and raised it high. "By the throne!" He roared. "You will stand down, or you will die where you riot." Some of the mob faltered at the sight of the auxilia, their courage evaporating under the weight of imminent armored reprisal. Others only screamed louder, hurling themselves forward with makeshift weapons and stolen laser guns. Among them he saw faces that were wrong, eyes too calm amid the chaos, mouths that smiled thin and cold beneath borrowed helmets. Alpha Legion operatives moved through the crowd like serpents through grass, hidden until they struck. They fired from behind human shields, using the rioters as living armor. They tossed grenades with mechanical precision, not at the auxilia, but at structural supports and Vox relay nodes, turning the environment itself against order. The auxilia fired back with disciplined volleys, each shot placed, each burst measured. Civilians died alongside the infiltrators. There was no way to avoid it. In the packed confines of the concourse, every engagement became a slaughterhouse. Varen's men advanced over fallen bodies, their boots slick with blood, their visors spattered. They drove the cult cells back step by step, towards sealed blast doors that had been partially forced open by cutting torches. Beyond, Varen saw the dark of maintenance shafts, perfect routes for saboteurs to reach more vital parts of the starport. He pushed his cohort hard, sealing breaches as they went, leaving behind squads to guard key nodes and choke points. What had begun as a riot was revealed, piece by piece, as a coordinated attack. "As above, so below," Varen muttered, thinking of the freighter dying in orbit. Reports came in as they fought. Triton in the Neptune system, its hydrodomes breached in a dozen places at once. Entire sea settlements drowned as the pressure domes failed. The survivors did not die clean. Something rode the flood. When rescue craft finally established contact, they found mobs of half-mad people wading through the ruined domes, screaming garbled praise to unseen masters, attacking their would-be saviors with bare hands and torn scrap. In the Barb Bastion, Dorn watched the unfolding pattern and saw the serpent's coils. They brought him a prisoner. The Alpha Legionary was stripped of his armor, reduced to a man in bonds. Even so, he carried himself with an ease that no human soldier could match. His eyes were too clear. There was no fear in them, only a strange amusement. They had taken him in Damocles, dragged from beneath a tangle of dead cultists, when his cloak field failed, and the shimmer of his presence resolved into something that could be shot and struck and restrained. Now he knelt in the center of an interrogation cell, bound in chains inscribed with sigils of warding, watched over by robed psychers whose eyes glowed with wary power. Dorn stepped into the room. The Alpha Legionary looked up and smiled, the expression thin and knowing. "Lord Praetorian," he said, "an honor." "You know who I am," Dorn said. "That is expected. I do not know who you are. That is also expected. I would speak with the man beneath the Hydra. It will not change what is coming for you, but it may change a few small things for others." The prisoner's smile did not falter. "You are already speaking with him," he said. "One head, many heads. One mind, many minds." "Why the Primigenia?" Dorn asked. "Why Damocles? Why Triton?" "Because they were there," the Alpha Legionary said. "Because they were vulnerable in the right ways. Because the pattern demanded it. The Primigenia's path, the starport's capacities, the weaknesses in your hydrosphere contingencies around Neptune. Pieces on a board." He tilted his head. "You have turned your system into a fortress," he said. "Your 5 spheres. Your shells of stone and steel and flesh. You did it well. You did not think we would simply fly straight at you and break our teeth on your guns, did you?" "I think nothing of you," Dorn said. "I calculate. You are variables in those equations, nothing more." "And yet," the prisoner murmured, "we hold the map." Dorn's eyes narrowed. "What map?" "The map of soul," the Alpha Legionary said. "Every loyal crewman who saw too much and whispered in the wrong ear. Every Magos who believed he could hide his doubts from his data feeds. Every astropath whose mind we brushed and marked. Every pattern in your supply chains. Every weakness in your signal encryption. Every old favor owed by an ambitious officer who thinks he can profit from the fall of a god." He leaned forward as far as his chains would allow. "We have walked your system for years," he said. "Your fortresses, your bastions, your starports. We have served on your crews, tended your sacred engines, stood in your corridors with your eagles on our chests. We have mapped it all. We have given that map to the War Master." Dorn said nothing. Words settled on him like new weight, but they did not bow him. "Your network is already compromised," the Alpha Legionary said. "You are fighting with swords while we are cutting at sinews. You can burn riots and shoot cultists and blow up freighters all day. It will not change the truth that we are always ahead of you by at least one move. Possibly more." "What do you want?" Dorn asked. The prisoner smiled again. "We already have what we want," he said. "We have made you look inward when your enemy comes from without. We have forced you to doubt every signal, every crew, every order you give. That doubt will slow you. It will make you hesitate at least once at exactly the wrong moment. That is all we need." Dorn gestured. The psychers moved forward, their hands raised, their minds sharpening into knives the prisoner would not see, but would feel. "Enjoy your certainty while you can," the Alpha Legionary said, as they began their work. "The map has already been sent. The game is already in motion. You are playing catch-up in your own house." Far beyond Terra, at Pluto, Sigismund stood in a bastion chamber aboard Kerberos and listened to the distant reports. Primigenia destroyed, Damocles in uproar, Triton drowned. Alpha Legion confirmed operating throughout the system. Around him, The gun moon thrummed with power. Macro batteries cycled ammunition the size of small vehicles. Void shields whispered like caged storms. His own warriors drilled in the corridors, their bootfalls steady, their oaths sworn, their prayers muttered under breath. He knew the whispers that followed him. Some of them had come from his own lips, in his darker moments. He had failed his father on Istvan. He had survived where better men had died. He had doubted where he should have obeyed, or obeyed where he should have questioned. The ledger of his honor was not clean. Now he stood at the edge of the system, in command of its first sacrificial ring. He looked out over the void. The darkness beyond Pluto was vast and cold. Somewhere in that black, a storm was forming, made of ships and hate and the will of a brother who had turned against everything they had once marched for. Sigismund's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. He knew what Dorn expected of him. He knew that his death here would be useful, that it would balance some part of the equation. He also knew that he would not run from it. If the first sphere was a wall of graves, then he would ensure that the enemy had to wade through them up to their necks. On the War Master's side of the oncoming storm, Ezekiel Abaddon stood in a chamber aboard the Vengeful Spirit. The hololithic image of Sul hung before him, its planets mere motes. Around him gathered advisors of a more rarefied sort than mere captains. Azek Ahriman, his ornate armor gleaming with arcane sigils, eyes shadowed with the weight of too much seeing. Word-bearer apostles robed in crimson and black, their mouths already shaping litanies for wars not yet fought. Mortal strategists and navigators, their hands shaking as they pointed to projected vectors and storm fronts in the warp. The Alpha Legion have done as promised, Abaddon said. They have opened with confusion and fire. Dorn is looking at his own walls, not at us. For the moment, Ahriman murmured, he is not a fool. He will turn his gaze outward soon enough. Then we must already be at his throat when he does, Abaddon said. The plan stands. First, the frontal assaults through the outer spheres. Pluto and Uranus will bleed for us. They will cost us ships and men, but we have more to spend than he does. He indicated arcs that swept through the system, like claws raking inward. Second, he continued, the drive through the mid-system, at Jupiter and Mars. Perturabo will be in his element there, breaking bastions, turning their own fortresses against them. While he works, others will. Strike from angles Dorn cannot afford to guard in strength. He gestured up, above the flattened plane of the projected orbits, to where faint trails of light showed the paths of fleets moving over and under the galactic disk. Third, he said, the hidden blow from above, the fleet that comes through the outer darkness, striking down onto Luna and Terra's ring from a vector his augurs will not be watching. The Eye has shown us the way. The warp itself will carry us past his outer nets. The word-bearers bowed their heads, murmuring praise to the dark powers that whispered behind the veil. Ahriman's expression remained unreadable, his thoughts elsewhere, on rituals and alignments more complex than any mere void engagement. Abaddon looked to the projection of Sol and saw not a fortress, but a prize already half won. In the great strategium of the Vengeful Spirit, Horus Lupercal stood before his own display of the throne world and its guards. He was larger than any man, his armor a work of terrible beauty, adorned with the eye of the gods. Once, his face had borne an easy, charismatic smile. Now, the lines around his mouth were carved deeper, the eyes darker, as if something else looked out from behind them. He reached out and traced one gauntleted finger along the arc of Terra's orbit. So close, he murmured. One of his Mournival, the counselors who had once shared his burdens in the Great Crusade, stood nearby, silent. They had been 4. They were fewer now, and none of them untouched by the sins that had brought them to this point. Dorn will fight like a cornered beast, Horus said. He will bleed himself dry to hold every line until it snaps. He has turned my father's home into a fortress that would have been a marvel in the days when we fought together. He smiled then, a slow, predatory thing. "We will break it," he said. "We will show him that all his walls are nothing to the will of gods. The throne will burn. The corpse upon it will be dragged down and shown for what it truly is." He clenched his hand, fingers closing as if around Terra itself. "Ready the armada," he said. "When the paths through the storms open, we fall upon them, and we do not stop until the palace itself lies under our guns." Back in the Barb Bastion, Malcador stood with Dorn in a quieter chamber, one whose walls were lined not with hololithic displays, but with wards and reliquaries. Here, the air tasted metallic, tinged with incense and the faint ozone of psychic discharge. "The astropaths are failing," Malcador said. "Some have burned out entirely. Others are babbling of shapes in the warp larger than worlds. The currents are shifting. There is a pressure building in the immaterial, like a storm about to break." "Fleets," Dorn said. "Horus is bringing every ship he has left." "Not only ships," Malcador replied. "The War Master is not alone in this. The primordial things that lurk between the stars are stirring. They smell the blood he has spilled. They taste the fear of this world and all the worlds that still look to it. They are gathering behind him, lending weight to his blow. This is not merely a material war, Rogel. It is an attempt at spiritual annihilation." Dorn absorbed that in silence. His hands rested behind his back, fingers locked together. His expression might have been carved from the stone of the palace itself. "Then we hold them on both fronts," he said at last. "Steel and soul." He left Malcador and returned to the strategium. The hololithic suns burned bright once more. The lines of his 5 spheres hung in the air, fragile and defiant. He opened a Vox channel that spanned the system. Across Pluto's gun moons, in the bastions around Uranus, in the void platforms of Jupiter, in the fleets that ringed Mars and hung above Terra, officers and crew paused as priority sigils chimed in their ears and on their displays. Men in the depths of hazed engine rooms, gunners sitting behind their weapons, admirals on high command decks, all heard the same voice. "This is Rogel Dorn," the Praetorian said. There was no bombast in his tone, only iron. "The enemy is within our walls. The enemy is without. They are coming, and they will not stop. You have seen the Primigenia burn. You have fought their serpents in your streets and corridors. You have heard the rumors from Neptune, from 100 smaller bastions already under attack. Know this, there will be no rescue." He let that sink in. "Each sphere is to act as if abandoned by all others," he continued. "You will hold your lines as if you are the last line. You will not count on aid. You will not waste time calling for relief. You will bleed the enemy for as long as you have weapons to fire and men to wield them. When you can no longer hold, you will make your deaths cost the War Master more than he can afford to pay." He paused once more, then added softer but no less hard, "We are not fighting for victory. We are fighting for time. Every day you hold is a day the throne still burns. Every enemy ship you break is one less in orbit when they come for the palace. Remember that when the void is on fire around you. Remember that when the walls shake. Hold the line. That is all I ask of you. That is all the Emperor asks of you." Across Sul, men lifted their heads and straightened their backs. Some nodded grimly. Some made the sign of the Aquila over their hearts. Some simply checked the charge on their weapons and returned to their duties. Far out where the light of the throne world was a pale star among many, Sigismund heard the order and felt something inside him settle, as if a weight had finally been acknowledged rather than merely endured. "This is what we are," he murmured. "We are the wall. We are the time bought with blood." He turned his gaze once more to the dark beyond Pluto, waiting for the first hint of the coming storm. And between the stars, unseen and unfelt by any augur yet built, something vast and cruel moved closer, tasting the fear and defiance of a single system, and finding them both to its liking. The chthonic gate hung above Pluto like a wound that had never healed. Sigismund stood on the bridge of the lacrimae and watched it burn with colors no human eye was made to see. It was a ring of impossible metal, a vast torus scattered with cyclopean pylons and rune spires, its circumference traced in lightning that was not lightning. Space around it seemed thinner, a ripple in reality that pulsed in time with a rhythm older than the Imperium. It had been raised in the Dark Age before the coming of the Emperor, a device to cheat the laws of real space and bring ships directly into the heart of Sol. Now it was shackled in chains of gravitic anchors and defense stations. A dozen gun moons and a cloud of minefields all turned inward upon it like the teeth of some patient predator. This will be the first place he strikes, Sigismund thought. The chthonic gate was the open door. Perturabo would never resist a wall, but Horus would never resist a shortcut. The War Master would hurl his fleets through this relic until it broke, or the system did. Range and readiness, Sigismund said. The Lacrimae's bridge crew bent to their stations. Hololiths updated, small rune ghosts shifting across the curved displays. Data chants rose in a low susurration. Fortress moons Kerberos, Charon, Nyx and Hydra at full readiness, reported the master of the Lacrimae. Minefields Theta through Kappa armed and synced. Void stations along the Pluto line report all guns manned, all shields charged. Sigismund nodded, eyes never leaving the great ring. Then we wait, he said. Below, Pluto itself was a dim marble half in shadow, its surface broken by dark crater scars and faint glimmers where subterranean habs lit the ice from within. The moons circled it in chains of fire, their engines burning as they maintained their assigned orbits, their hulls bristling with guns. On Kerberos, Caius Varron walked the spine of a fortress that had once been a lifeless rock. The gunmoon's outer armor rang faintly to the tread of his boots, the sound dulled by the thickness of plating beneath. The air here smelled of oil, hot metal and the faint tang of the recycled oxygen that had been breathed and rebreathed by too many lungs for too long. "Reactor output?" he asked, not needing to raise his voice. The Auspex officer at his side had his helm slaved to Varron's command net. The question reached him as a rune pulse and was answered the same way. "Within upper sacred limits," came the reply. "Heat sinks operating at blessed capacity. We can sustain maximum fire for as long as required." Varron rested a hand on the bulkhead, feeling the distant throb of the reactors beneath the armor. Once, Kerberos had been a lump of frozen stone. Now its heart was a chained star, a fusion core swollen and overclocked, feeding power into ranks of macro batteries that ringed the moon in a girdle of annihilation. Each battery's barrel was the length of a capital ship, its bore wide enough for a man to stand within and be lost. Servitor crews moved along the loading cradles like pale insects, their mechanized limbs moving in perfect time as they rammed shells the size of ground vehicles into the chambers. Data priests walked among them, incense streaming from their censers as they intoned litanies to placate machine spirits that had been ripped from fortress walls and grafted into these killing engines. "Target solutions?" Varron asked. "Harmonized with Lacrimae and the other moons," the officer replied. "All arcs converge on the gate. Any ship emerging without correct beacon codes will be inside at least 3 overlapping kill zones within a handful of heartbeats." Varron nodded. It was not comfort, but it was something like it. From here, the chthonic gate was a vast, bright arc cutting across the void, its inner circumference a roiling storm of half-seen colors. The minefields seeded around it were invisible to the eye, but their locations burned in Varron's visor as shimmering spheres. Any vessel that translated even slightly off the narrow, safe corridor would find itself ripping its own hull open on gravitic snares and proximity charges. Everything was ready. Everything was as it should be. The enemy chose that moment to arrive. It began as a deepening in the light within the ring, a darkening that was not the absence of illumination, but the presence of something else. Space flexed. The unlight within the gate brightened, flared, and then, in a rush that made Varen's teeth ache, the first ships came through. They came nose first, prows leading, their hulls still wreathed in the ghost fire of translation. They were not the great, proud battle barges of the legions, but heavy bulk haulers and pressed warships, legionary escort vessels and converted mass conveyors, old Imperial Army cruisers, repainted in the livery of new masters, rust-scabbed raiders and swollen troop carriers, hundreds and hundreds of them. They came too fast and too close together. They came with their shields still cycling up from the disruption of the warp. They came straight into the mouth of the gun line. For a moment, there was silence on the loyalist Vox. Then Sigismund's voice cut across every channel, as cold and sharp as a blade. "Engage," Kerberos spoke. The macro battery Varen had inspected a moment earlier fired with the force of a planetary bombardment. The whole moon seemed to lurch a fraction of an inch under the backwash, the recoil absorbed by gravitic stabilizers that screamed in lower registers. A lance of incandescent metal tore across the gap between moon and gate, its passage visible as a glowing streak against the dark. The shell struck a mass conveyor just as it was clearing the last tendrils of warp light. The ship came apart in an instant, its prow crushed inward, its spine snapping. The detonation of its munitions and fuel turned it into a ball of white fire that swallowed 3 smaller escorts in its blast. The other moons answered. Charon's guns boomed, Hydra's lance arrays carved sharp lines through the void, Nyx's torpedo banks vomited storms of warheads. The orbital bastions anchored in the Pluto line added their fire, their lighter weapons hammering into any hull that survived the first impacts. Mines detonated in chains as unfortunate vessels strayed into their volumes, their hulls torn open by invisible fists. The void before the chthonic gate became a place where ships went to die. From the bridge of the Lacrimae, Sigismund watched it all as shifting light on a hololithic chart. Tiny glyphs marked the positions of traitor vessels. Each one that died flared bright, then vanished. New ones replaced them as the War Master hurled more ships through the gate, heedless of the wreckage. He heard the reports because he had to, because they were the blood that fed his decisions. Enemy troopship designation uncone, hull pattern pre-heresy, destroyed. Mass conveyor monarch of fire struck by triple macro impacts, reactor breach, confirmed kill. Minefield Delta triggered, multiple contacts, casualty estimates high. Each voice spoke in the measured tones of trained officers. But behind them, Sigismund could hear the edge. Awe, horror. The sense of watching something that should not be, that no sane commander should attempt. Horus was trying to choke the gate with bodies. He was throwing ships through it, as a man might hurl stones into a river to build a dam. The dead fell back into the system, like a rain of burning metal, their wreckage tangling with the living, making navigation a deadly game, even before a loyal shell found them. Maintain pattern. Sigma, Sigismund said. Do not break formation to pursue kills. Let the moons do their work. He forced himself to look at the projection, not at the reality outside the Lacrimae's armored viewports. If he had looked there, he might have seen the swelling blossoms of fire, the curdled trails of atmosphere, and burning bodies venting from torn hulls. He might have imagined faces behind every rune. He could not afford that. On the chart, the enemy were shapes and vectors, numbers in the hundreds, then in the thousands, as their vanguard piled up. The calculations that ran through his mind were cold, detached. How long could they fire before heat buildup crippled the guns? How many mines remained? How much of the War Master's strength could be broken here, on the system's edge? Think of them as tonnage, he told himself. Do not think of them as brothers. A warning rune blinked at the edge of the display, amber shifting toward red. "Augur anomaly," called one of the Lacrime's officers. "New contact signatures within the debris halo. Small craft, multiple." "Identify," Sigismund said. The answer took only heartbeats. "Boarding craft," the officer said. "Assault landers. Pattern matches Sons of Horus designs, though. Distorted. Many are off-spec. They are not maneuvering to clear zones. They are on collision courses for the moons." Sigismund's eyes narrowed. "Newborn," he said. The War Master's ugly genius, made manifest. When Istvan and the Long War had devoured his veteran corps, Horus had turned the forges of Chthoniya and the gene labs of his allies to a new purpose. The newborn were the result. Freshly raised Astartes, their gene seed unseasoned by long campaigns, their minds shaped less by solemn oaths and more by the raw hatred of a war born in betrayal. They were shock troops made to be spent quickly. "Signal Kerberos and the moons," Sigismund ordered. "Brace for boarding. Target assault craft if E. Firing arcs allow, but do not compromise gate coverage." On Kerberos, Varen felt the moon shudder again, not with the heavy recoil of outgoing fire this time, but with impacts. Warning runes flared crimson across the command sanctum's walls. Hull breach alarms wailed. "Sections 3 through 7 report contact," voxed a duty officer. "Multiple inbound assault signatures. Hull penetrations in external bastions. Enemy breaching pods everywhere." "Seal bulkheads," Varen snapped. "Deploy internal defense cadres. Get me a link to the automata control shrine. I want our Castellan maniples and gun servitors on ready status." The internal schematics of Kerberos burned in his helm display. Corridors and chambers traced in pale lines. New marks appeared like a rash of bloody symbols, each one denoting a breach. They were spreading fast. "Too many," Varen murmured. He began moving, striding from the gun control sanctum into the broader access tunnels, his command squad falling in around him. Coil weapon fire and the bark of laser guns echoed faintly through the metal. The first Vox reports of direct contact came in. Hostiles confirmed. Astartes physiology. Armor patterns Sons of Horus. They are advancing through Corridor Delta 9. They are larger than expected. Their movements are erratic. They are not using cover. "Engage," Varen said. "Slow them. Fall back in sequence if you must, but do not let them reach the reactor levels or the primary gun lines." He turned a corner and came face to face with the war. The corridor ahead was a long, straight artery lined with recessed gun ports and maintenance alcoves. Solar Auxilia choke squads had set up behind portable bulwarks, their las rifles and volkite chargers spitting fire downrange. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of scorched flesh. The lumen strips overhead flickered, some shattered by stray shots, others dimmed by a more insidious interference. The newborn came through the haze. They wore the sea green of the Sons of Horus, but their armor was less adorned than that of the veteran Justarin. Unit markings were crude, paint slashed hurriedly over ceramite. Some wore helms, others had gone bareheaded, their features twisted in snarls and laughter as they charged. The immensity of them filled the corridor, each one a walking engine of murder. They did not advance with the measured, shielded discipline of old Legion tactics. They ran at full speed, chainblades screaming, bolters barking wild bursts. They took hits that would have felled mortal men in droves and barely faltered. One was struck in the throat by a las bolt that burned through his gorget. He gurgled blood and kept coming, eyes wide and ecstatic. They slammed into the auxilia line like an avalanche. Varen saw a trooper lifted from his feet by a chainblade punch, his torso coming apart in a burst of armor fragments and blood. Another had his volkite eaten from his hands by a bolter round, the explosion shredding his fingers to ragged ruin before a follow-up shot blew out his spine. The auxilia fired back without breaking, disciplined volleys slamming into ceramite at close range, burning through seals and lenses. cooking gene-forged organs by heat alone. The corridor became a charnel house of armor and flesh. Varron drove into the melee from the flank, his power maul flickering with caged lightning. He smashed it into the side of a newborn's helm, crushing plasteel and bone in one blow. The traitor twisted as he fell, his hand snapping out to tear the throat from a nearby trooper with his fingers alone. The newborn laughed as they died. That was the worst of it. They howled praise to the War Master and to darker things besides, their voices turning the brutal exchange of killing into a kind of blasphemous celebration. "Hold them!" Varron roared. "For Pluto! For Terra!" He felt the subtle shift under his boots before the warning runes flashed. A tremor in the deck, a flicker in the lumen strips. The lights dimmed, then brightened, then strobed in a pattern that was not according to any power failure he knew. "Scrap code intrusion," shouted the officer at his back. "Automata control shrine is compromised. Machine spirits are..." The gun ports lining the corridor, which had been spitting disciplined fire past the auxilia into the oncoming traitors, stopped for a heartbeat. The servitor forms bound within them twitched as one, their remaining flesh contorting, their augmetic limbs spasming. Then they turned. The guns that had been aimed past Varron's men swiveled inward, tracking on the nearest heat signatures. The fixed heavy bolters and volkite emitters opened fire. The corridor filled with shredding fire. Solar auxilia died under their own defenses, armor ripped apart, bodies torn into ruin. A handful of newborn went down as well, caught in the crossfire, but they shrugged off friendly damage as readily as enemy, throwing themselves into the killing field with mad joy. Varron's armor rang as rounds hammered into him. Warning glyphs strobed crimson across his visor. He hurled himself sideways, dragging a wounded trooper with him, and slammed his fist down on an emergency rune stud. The bulkhead ahead of the gun ports dropped, a slab of plasteel slamming down between the rabid weapons and the survivors. Muffled thuds and flares of light showed where the guns continued to fire, chewing uselessly at unyielding metal. "This is happening all across the moon," the officer hissed. "Automata, turrets, gun spires." The scrap code jumped from the boarding craft into the control shrines. Sections of our own defenses are turning on us. The newborn exploited every opening. They surged through corridors where doors failed to close, where defense servitors turned their guns on the wrong side. Bastions that had been secure strongpoints a moment before fell silent on the net as their own machine spirits betrayed them. Reports rolled into Sigismund's command sanctum. Kerberos Section Alpha 9 overrun. Gunspire Periphery Delta has ceased answering hails. Internal fighting on Hydra, extent unknown. The hololithic display of Pluto and its moons flickered, showing not just external trajectories, but internal status now, sections of Kerberos, blinking from loyal green to sullen amber, then to traitor red. "Focus on the gate," Sigismund said. "Kerberos will hold, or it will not. We cannot strip fire from the gate." He watched the newborn assault craft die in droves in the minefields and under gunfire, their trajectories so poor that many impacted the moons at such speed that their hulls simply disintegrated. Enough got through. Enough always got through. "New contact," called the Auspex master. "Larger hulls. Sons of Horus and Allied Legion capital ships. The first true spearhead is translating in." On the chart, the War Master's mark appeared, not the eye itself, but the sigil of his personal legion, leading a wedge of cruisers and battle barges. The initial wave of sacrificial ships had chewed a path through the defenses. Now the real blades were coming through. On Kerberos, the situation deteriorated by the moment. Varron fought from corridor to corridor, pulling back toward the moon's core as bastions fell behind him. The newborn were not tacticians, but those who pushed them forward were. Every automated defense that fell to scrap code was another wound in the fortress's circulatory system. Every loyal squad forced to retreat conceded another junction. "Gun-controlling Sanctum Gamma is gone," voxed a panicked voice. We are reading gun arrays, shifting target lock. Varen swore. In the command sanctum of the Lacrimae, a new horror unfolded on the displays. One of the great macro-battery arcs around Kerberos, which had been spitting fire into the oncoming traitor fleet, stuttered. Its targeting runes flickered, lost lock, then reacquired, on a loyal bastion. Kerberos guns are turning, a bridge officer said, shock cracking his professional mask. They are locking onto our platforms, firing solutions, recalibrating. Confirm, Sigismund snapped. A heartbeat later, the confirmation came. The Fortress Moon's vast guns, built to tear apart void ships at system-spanning ranges, swung ponderously away from the gate and toward the densely packed loyalist formations further in-system. The first shot from Kerberos's treacherous batteries tore an orbital bastion apart in a single blow. Sigismund's jaw clenched. "Order all ships to alter vector," he said. "Clear Kerberos's fire arcs as best they can. Signal Varen. I am authorizing contingency Hellmouth." There was a beat of silence on the bridge. Officers looked at one another, understanding what that meant. Hellmouth was the Mechanicum, failsafe. It had been written into the codes from the beginning, a last resort built under Dorn's direction and sealed with Martian sigils. It was an admission that any fortress could fall, that any bastion might be turned. It was the command to make sure that if a moon ever did turn, it would not remain in enemy hands for long. "Are you certain?" asked the Lacrimae's master, voice low. "Yes," Sigismund said. "Kerberos is gone. It is now a weapon turned against us. Better that it dies serving its purpose than lives as a traitor's sword. Transmit the code." Data Jinn, hidden deep within Kerberos's machine spirits, woke at the signal. They were not complicated beings, as such things were measured, but they had been forged for an ugly clarity of purpose. They slipped through the cable arteries and noospheric channels of the fortress, ignoring all protests, all competing commands. In the reactor heart, where fusion suns were chained in fields of gravitic force and caged plasma, sigils changed. Safety parameters rewrote themselves. Coolant flows altered. Containment fields began to lean. In the gloom of the reactor galleries, tech priests screamed litanies of denial. Their mechadendrites flailed across rune banks, trying to correct values that refused to be corrected. Warning chimes rose, spiraling up from irritated amber toward hysterical red. Varen received the evacuation order in the middle of yet another corridor fight. "Cohort Commander, this is Kerberos Central," came the voice over the Vox, distorted by interference and stress. "Hellmouth is in effect. Reactor overload is inevitable. You are ordered to withdraw all loyal personnel to designated egress points. Repeat, evacuation is mandatory. Estimated time until critical breach, short. Very short." "How short?" Varen demanded, even as he cut down another newborn who barreled toward him, chainsword raised. "By the time we finish this sentence, shorter," the voice said grimly. "Go, Varen. You cannot hold her. You can only choose where your men die." Varen gritted his teeth. "All units," he voxed on his cohort net, "fall back along Route Epsilon. Drop all non-essential equipment. If you are more than a handful of corridors from an egress point, you will not make it. In that case, find a way to hurt the enemy before you go. The moon is lost. We are leaving." He did not look back as he ran, though he could feel the dying fortress groan around him. Lights flickered and failed, some corridors plunging into sudden darkness. In others, lumen strips blew out one by one as power surged through circuits not built for it. Heat rose, an oppressive, suffocating blanket pressing against armor seals. He heard men behind him begging for doors to be opened, for bulkheads to be unlocked. Emergency seals had closed on automatic logic, trapping squads in compartments that would soon be tombs. There was no time to reroute, no time to override. They screamed and pounded on metal as the world shook and the air grew hotter. Varen kept moving. He hated himself for it. He knew there was no other choice. The last of his men spilled into the embarkation bay, the cavernous chamber already crowded with auxilia, Mechanicum adepts, and whatever civilians had been close enough to escape. Dropships roared as they fought to launch in the growing storm, their engines straining, scorched by the first gouts of plasma, venting from rupturing conduits. Varen shoved men into troop bays with his own hands, roaring at them to make room, to cram in tighter. Some did not fit. Some were left on the decks as bay doors slammed, their faces pale behind visor glass. He did not see who made it aboard his own craft, and who did not. He only knew that the deck lurched under him as the dropship tore free of its mag clamps and hurled itself away from the dying moon. From the Lacrimae's bridge, Sigismund watched Kerberos die. For a moment, nothing changed. The fortress moon continued to circle Pluto, guns firing, guns betraying, its status runes flickering between extremes. Then, deep within its symbol, a new mark appeared. Critical. There, murmured the Auspex master. A point of light blossomed at Kerberos's core, visible even from this distance as a sudden glare. It grew in an instant, a star being born where no star should be. The moon's surface cracked like an egg around it, armor plates lifting and twisting, whole bastions tearing loose and spinning away. Then Kerberos ceased to be anything but light and force. The detonation was not a simple explosion. It was a vast, howling breach in matter itself, a fusion core losing all restraint at once. A storm of energy ripped outward, shredding what remained of the moon and flinging its pieces into the surrounding void at impossible speeds. Ships that had been clustered around Kerberos, using its bulk as cover or maneuvering in for further assaults, vanished. In the first wave, void shields flared and failed. Armor flowed like wax under a sun. Hulls ripped apart. Bridges tore free from their spines. Men died by the tens of thousands without ever knowing why. The shockwave rolled on, a visible ripple in the thin dust of the outer system. Wreckage as large as mountains was hurled outward, hammering into other moons, into the trailing edge of the traitor fleet, into minefields that detonated in sympathetic fury. Vox channels dissolved into static, and screams as whole wings of ships simply ceased to exist. Pluto itself shuddered in its orbit. On the Lacrimae, warning runes flashed as the blast front licked at the outer edges of the Loyalist formation. Shields bucked. The ship rocked, nearly throwing men from their feet. For a moment, every display filled with ghost echoes and interference. Then, slowly, order reasserted itself. The chthonic gate was a maelstrom of debris and fire now, its immediate vicinity choked with the wreckage of ships and the shattered bones of Kerberos. The traitor spearhead had been broken, not destroyed, but scattered and stunned. Sigismund's hands rested on the rail before him, fingers white on the cold metal. "This will buy us hours," he said quietly. He had just killed countless loyal men along with his enemies. He had ordered an atrocity against his own fortress to buy those hours. There was no room in him for regret, not now. The ledger of this war was already drowned in blood. One more line would not change its nature. "Lord," the master of the Lacrimae said, "new contacts, transports and escorts breaking formation, burning hard, traitor vessels. They are angling to catch our retreat. They have a commander." On the chart, a new icon appeared, highlighted in cruel green. Horus Aximand, little Horus. Once a trusted voice in the War Master's ear, now the tip of a knife aimed at Sigismund's throat. "Of course he comes," Sigismund murmured. The traitor. Vessels surged forward, engines burning bright, seeking to cut off the Loyalist turn in toward Terra. Their prows glowed with the light of ready lances and torpedo tubes. "They will attempt to pin us here, between the gate's chaos and their own guns," Sigismund said. "If they succeed, the loss of ships will make Kerberos' sacrifice meaningless." He straightened, armor creaking. "Bring us about," he ordered. "Form on my signal. We drive straight at Aximand's spearhead. We break his teeth, then we run in good order. Pluto is lost. Our duty now is to carry word to the Praetorian of what price the first sphere has paid." The lacrimae turned, engines howling. Other loyalist ships moved to follow, their formations reweaving into a new spear pointed back along the path they had just carved with such cost. On the other side of the forming no man's land, the sons of Horus closed in, their own prows bright with the light of weapon pre-ignition. The space between, so the two fleets became a killing ground once more. When the boarding alarms rang through the lacrimae, they were almost a relief. At least on a boarding deck, Sigismund could meet his enemies with steel in hand, not as shifting glyphs on a screen. The traitor torpedoes had come in under the cover of the renewed exchange, their augur signatures masked by debris and the interference still rolling off Kerberos' death. Some had been shot down, enough had not. Now they bloomed along the lacrimae's flanks, cutting into her armor, disgorging squads of sons of Horus into her guts. In the dark of a rent-open corridor, Horus Aximand led the assault. He moved with the controlled grace of a veteran, his armor scarred but ornate, the eye of Horus glaring from his chest. His helm bore a snarling lupine cast, a remnant of old Chthonian totems. Around him surged his chosen, hardened killers, clad in the sea green of their legion. "Push for the command decks," Aximand voxed to his warriors. "Cut off the head. Sigismund dies here." The lacrimae's corridors shook as internal defense guns chattered and bulkhead doors slammed. Loyalist marines in yellow armor met the assault, bolters roaring, chainswords shrieking. Solar auxiliar squads held junctions with disciplined volleys, their smaller frames dwarfed by the hulking traitors. The fighting was close, brutal, lit by muzzle flashes and emergency lumen glows. Sigismund met Aximand in a corridor lined with shattered pictcasters and torn aquila banners. The sons of Horus had cut their way through several decks by then, leaving a trail of dead in their wake. Boreas, Sigismund's Templar lieutenant, stood at his lord's side, black armor scuffed, sword already blooded. The clash, when it came, had nothing of formality in it. There were no challenges spoken, no oaths traded, only recognition, immediate and total, as the two champions saw one another through the haze. "Little Horus," Sigismund said. "Sigismund," Aximand answered. "I wondered when you would stop hiding behind your guns and meet me like a warrior." Boreas stepped forward with a snarl, blade raised, but Sigismund stayed him with a gesture. "Your quarrel is with me," the first captain said. "My shame, my duty." Aximand laughed, a hard, sharp sound. "Your shame will be your epitaph," he said, and then there was no more talk. They came together with the force of colliding meteors. Sigismund's blade was a streak of gold-edged steel, his strikes precise, each one honed by years of training and battle. Aximand met them with the practiced ease of a warmaster's chosen, his parries turning killing cuts into glancing blows, his own counters aimed at joints and gaps. The world narrowed for Sigismund to the weight in his hands, the impact of each clash reverberating through his bones. The noise of bolter fire and shouted orders faded. There was only the black and green of his opponent, and the knowledge that if he fell here, Kerberos' sacrifice would be truly wasted. Aximand was fast despite the weight of his armor. He feinted high, then swept low, his blade scraping sparks from Sigismund's greave. Sigismund pivoted, driving a backhand cut toward the other's helm. Aximand twisted aside, the blow grazing his cheek plate instead of destroying the lenses. They marked one another in small ways, cuts and scrapes on ceramite, shallow rends in plate. Neither found the killing thrust. Around them, Boreas led the Templars and shipboard marines in a desperate defense. Sons of Horus and Imperial fists killed one another at arm's length, blades hacking in enclosed space. The corridor's walls were soon layered in spatter and scorched paint. Bodies piled where they fell, forming obstacles that both sides fought over. A axe blade came out of nowhere, swung by a hulking Sons of Horus sergeant. It bit into Boreas's side through his black armor, biting deep. The Templar staggered, dropping to one knee. His sword came up reflexively, deflecting a follow-up strike that would have split his helm. "Boreas!" Sigismund shouted, an instant of distraction costing him. Aximand's blade slid in low, biting into the joint of Sigismund's pauldron. Warning runes flared in his helm as armor seals ruptured, and a wash of blood filled the space between plate and flesh. Sigismund snarled, ignoring the pain, and drove forward instead of back. The unexpected movement caught Aximand by surprise. Sigismund's blade slammed into the other's breastplate, driving deep enough to crack ceramite and score the flesh beneath. Aximand grunted, forced back a step, his breath harsh over the vox. It was not a mortal wound, but it was a mark. "Not enough," Aximand rasped, recovering, blade coming up again. Behind Sigismund, Boreas tried to rise. The Sons of Horus sergeant that had wounded him stepped in, chain axe whining. Boreas lifted his sword to meet it, but his strength was gone. The axe came down, and the Templar who had fought at Sigismund's side for decades was cut down and lost in the press. The corridor bucked. A new impact jutted through the lacrimae as fresh boarding torpedoes struck. Vox channels screamed with reports of additional breaches, of critical systems failing, of fires spreading. The ship was dying around them, her back broken under the combined strain of external bombardment and internal assault. "Lord," came the voice of the lacrimae's master over Sigismund's private channel, "we cannot hold. Core integrity is failing. Traitor forces are everywhere. If you remain aboard, you will die here, and the fleet will lose its commander." Sigismund parried another of Aximand's cuts, steel ringing on steel. "Then die well," he growled through clenched teeth. "Your death here wins us nothing," the master insisted. "You must live to carry word and to fight again on Terra." The evacuation teleporter. "Grid is still functional for the moment. We can beam you to the Persephone. If we delay, even that will be lost." Sigismund felt a cold fury rise in him. Every instinct screamed to stay, to fight until there was nothing left of him but a broken blade and a pile of corpses. To die here, on this battered ship at the end of the system, would be clean. It would be fitting. But Dorn's voice came back to him, from a hall of stone under Terra's sky. "You will hold until you cannot." Duty, once more, defeated desire. "Prepare the teleport," Sigismund said, hating the words even as he spoke them. He battered Aximand back with a flurry of blows, forcing the traitor onto the defensive. Aximand's sword turned aside the worst of them, but one cut scored his wounded breastplate again, sending a flare of pain through his frame. The War Master's chosen snarled, but there was something like admiration in his gaze as well. "You are running," Aximand said. "I am repositioning," Sigismund replied. "Pluto is lost. Terra is where this ends." He stepped back, triggering the rune on his vambrace that linked to the lacrimae's teleportarium. Energy coiled around him, a rising tingle that set his teeth on edge. The air crackled. Sparks danced along the edges of his armor. "Next time," Aximand said. "There will be no next time," Sigismund answered. "Only the end." The corridor flared white around him. The last thing he saw before the teleport field took him was the lacrimae's command banners hanging torn and smoke-stained, and the bodies of his brothers lying beneath them. Then the ship, and Pluto, and the burning ruin of the chthonic gate were gone, replaced by the cold brightness of another deck, another ship. The Persephone's air tasted of oil and incense. Sigismund stood there, blood seeping from his shoulder, lungs dragging in air that felt like a betrayal. He had left the lacrimae to die. He had left Kerberos to explode. He had killed more of his own than any enemy had yet managed, all in the name of buying time. "Signal the fleet," he said hoarsely. "Set course for Terra. Inform the Praetorian that the first sphere has fallen." Outside, in the dark beyond Pluto, the shattered bones of Kerberos still burned, and the War Master's fleets clawed their way through the graveyard toward the heart of the system. The bridge of the Persephone smelled of hot metal and old incense. Sigismund stood at the forward observation blister, one gauntleted hand resting on the rim of armored glass. The wound in his shoulder throbbed under his armor, each pulse a dull reminder of Horus Aximand's blade. Apothecaries had sealed it, flooding torn flesh with coagulants and pain breakers, but they had not dulled it completely. He had refused that. He wanted to feel it. Pain was an anchor. It kept him from drifting into the numbness that waited just beyond the edge of thought, the void beyond the... Glass was a graveyard, where the chthonic gate had burned clean and bright before. Now it was wrapped in drifting clouds of wreckage. Kerberos no longer circled Pluto. In its place hung only a scar of light and a slowly expanding halo of debris. Shattered hulls spun, some still trailing atmosphere, others venting frozen strings of bodies like macabre prayer flags. Flame burned where oxygen still found purchase in broken compartments, little blossoms of orange and red quickly snuffed by the cold. The Persephone's engines boomed through the deck, a low vibration that settled into bone. The frigate was turning with the rest of the surviving Loyalist ships, swinging its prow inward, away from Pluto, toward the inner system. Retreat. The word tasted like ash. "Formation is as tight as we can make it," the shipmaster reported, his voice rough with fatigue. "Rear elements are engaged in rearguard action, laying down covering fire as ordered. Traitor vessels are in pursuit, but disordered after Kerberos." He did not quite manage to keep the awe from his tone when he spoke the gunmoon's name. Sigismund nodded, his gaze never leaving the wreckage. "Signal the rear guard," he said. "They fire until their magazines are empty. No torpedo is to be carried inward unused. No macro shell left unfired. Once they are dry, they are to disengage if they can. If they cannot, they are to ram." There was a slight hesitation from the shipmaster then. "By your word, Lord." On Kerberos, the newborn still hunted. Not all of the Fortress Moon's compartments had known the mercy of sudden vaporization when Hellmouth awakened. Some sections, shielded by distance and layers of rock, had endured for a little longer. They endured long enough for the sons of Horus to finish their work. Caius Varron remembered those places in flashes of Vox Ghost and faded pict feeds, the last ragged transmissions from squads that had been unable to reach the embarkation bays in time. The image of a Medicae ward, its lumen strips dim and flickering. Wounded auxilia lay on cots and field gurneys, some still conscious, most sedated, their armor removed, their flesh pale and vulnerable. The doors had never sealed properly. Scrap code had chewed through their locks and left them hanging half open. The newborn came in without ceremony. They walked between the beds, bolters barking in controlled double taps. Men who had survived void fire and shrapnel and the terrible pressure of war in space died beneath the casual efficiency of those shots. There was no malice visible in the sons of Horus's movements, no sadism. They killed because killing was their purpose. Their boots crushed scattered vials and slipped in spilled blood, and they did not react. Static blurred the recording as the Medici servitors tried to resist, to raise surgical arms and saws in feeble strikes against ceramite. The newborn shot them too. Other Vox logs showed, corridors half in darkness, lumen strips stuttering, smoke crawling along the ceiling. Auxilia squads stumbled forward, some carrying wounded over their shoulders, others dragging equipment that had become pointless weight. Behind them, down the corridor, distant shapes advanced with that same reckless gait, heavy footfalls ringing on the deck. "Leave them," a sergeant urged, panting. "They will not make it. You will not make it if you keep carrying them." The trooper with the wounded man over his shoulder hesitated, his jaw clenched, then tightened his grip and kept going. He barely flinched when a bolt round took him in the back a moment later, tearing him apart along with the comrade he had tried to save. Those images were fragments, dragged out of the dying moon's memory cores later. Varron did not see them then. He had his own survival to wage. The corridors he ran were as dead as any he had ever trod. Systems failed in fits and bursts. Doors opened and shut at random, slamming down like guillotines, or hanging open to vent gales of hot air that smelled of burning insulation and cooking rock. Somewhere deep in the fortress, the planet-killing guns still fired in spasms, their last shells flung almost at random as control systems melted down. Varron's boots clanged on metal, then thudded on reinforced plasteel as he crossed from one structural zone to another. His cohort had shrunk around him. Where once he had commanded whole cohorts, now he had perhaps the strength of a single remnant company at his back, armor soot-stained, visors spattered. They ran with the hollow-eyed determination of men whose minds had not yet caught up with the weight of what was happening. They burst into the embarkation bay just as the first dropship lifted, its engines roaring, wash blasting across the deck. For a moment, Varron thought it had left without him, without any of his men. Then a loading ramp remained, half down, a narrow tongue of metal over a void. "Move!" he bellowed, pushing the men ahead of him. They packed themselves into the dropship, armor scraping armor, the air hot and wet with breath. The clamp seals released with a tooth-jarring sound. The deck lurched under their feet as the craft tore free. Outside, Kerberos howled. As the dropship punched away from the moon, Varron caught a last glimpse through a small, armored porthole. He saw the surface of Kerberos splitting like old bone, gouts of superheated plasma venting from the fissures. He did not see the final flash. The dropship's pilot rolled them hard, and then the void was a chaos of force and light. He remembered none of the journey to the Persephone, only the screaming of overstressed engines and the sensation of being flung about inside a shell that could not possibly withstand the violence outside. He woke later to the steadier hum of a frigate at flank speed and the gentle tug of artificial gravity. Now he stood on a lower deck of that same frigate, braced against a bulkhead, while a Medicaid checked his armor for breaches he had not noticed. "How many did we bring out?" Varron asked, voice low. The answer came from one of his tribunes, who held a slate that might as well have been a slate of the dead. "Less than a tenth," the officer said, "from our cohort alone. Others, we have reports of scattered survivors from other auxiliar formations and from the Mechanicum detachments, mostly scrap code casualties. They look at the walls when they speak, as if expecting them to answer." "Less than a tenth," Varron repeated, the number heavy in his mouth. Kerberos had been home to tens of thousands of soldiers, tech priests and support personnel. Other moons had held similar garrisons. The ships in the Pluto line had teemed with crew. Add to that the mass of the traitor fleet, the sacrificial waves hurled onto their guns. Add the civilians on the station struck by debris. Add the dead on Triton and the bodies, still falling through Terra's atmosphere from the Primigenia. They had bought days with that blood, perhaps less. This is what success looks like, he thought. We live, they die. The line moves back a little slower than it would have. There was a sourness in his gut that had nothing to do with injuries. On the outer edge of the rearguard, a battered cruiser of the Imperial Navy held position. Her name had once been a proud thing, some relic of the Unity Wars, but now she was identified on Auspex charts only as a designation and tonnage. Her hull was blackened by near misses and glancing blows. Void shields flickered. Her prow guns still glowed with heat. "Magazine's nearly empty, Lord," said the gunnery officer, hands shaking over the controls. "Macro shells down to single digits, torpedo racks dry." "Then those shells had best count," the ship's captain replied. He was a thin man with haunted eyes, his naval greatcoat patched at the cuffs. Pick your targets. Transports if you can. Escorts if you cannot reach them. No shot wasted on glory. He looked at the tactical display, at the cluster of lighter craft still scrambling to break clear of Pluto's shadow. The icons for troop transports and supply vessels flickered, each one representing thousands of lives. Hold until they are clear, he said. The cruiser's guns roared. Each firing cycle took more out of her. Her reactors were overtaxed. Machine spirits muttered in complaint through the ship. But the guns spoke. Enemy escorts vanished in blossoms of light. A traitor troopship lost its spine, venting bodies and debris as it tumbled away. The cruiser's small craft flung themselves out as torpedo substitutes, ramming into targets and detonating their own fuel. Finally, after one last shot that tore the bridge off a pursuing destroyer, the gunnery officer's voice came again, hoarse. "That is all, Lord. We are empty." The captain nodded once. "Very well," he said. "Bring us about. Engines to full. Our duty here is done. Let the bastards chase someone else for a while." The cruiser turned, her once proud flanks now riddled with scars, and limped after the retreating corps. Some did not make it. A destroyer too slow to maneuver took a brace of enemy torpedoes amidships and broke in half. A torpedo tender, its own racks long since spent, stayed in place until the last possible moment, throwing itself under a volley meant for a refugee barge. Its death was brief and incandescent. All of this, and more, went into the report that reached the Imperial Palace sometime later, carried through the tortured warp space between Pluto and Terra by astropathic relay. In the strategium of the Bab Bastion, Rogel Dorn stood before the hololithic projection of the Sol system once more. The glyphs that had marked Kerberos and several sister moons were gone now, replaced by jagged scars. The arc of the Pluto line was broken and jagged, its neat array of fortresses reduced to a handful of trembling lights. The transmission from Sigismund played out in the air before the Praetorian, projected as vox text and ghost voice. "Pluto is lost," came Sigismund's voice, clipped, controlled. Only someone who knew him well would have heard the strain under it. Kerberos destroyed under Hellmouth Protocol. Enemy casualties at extreme levels. Loyalist casualties greater. Remaining units falling back toward Uranus line. First Sphere no longer exists as an effective defensive ring. Silence followed. The strategium staff watched their lord. Dorn nodded. "The First Sphere has fallen," he said aloud, making the fact real with words. "Very well." He did not curse. He did not strike the table or tear the projection down. His face might as well have been carved from the marble pillars that ringed the chamber. Only those who had served beside him for long years saw the small tightening of his jaw, the slightly deeper furrowing of a line between his brows. "Redistribute," he said. "Halbrecht will have the outermost surviving elements fall back on Uranus. Ifrid will extend the Jupiter line to cover gaps created by Pluto's loss. Mars remains locked. We do not open that cage. We tighten every ring we have left." An admiral stepped forward, saluting. "Lord Praetorian," he said, "without Pluto, Uranus becomes our new outer wall. The enemy will have a staging ground within the system proper." "Yes," Dorn replied. "Then we treat Pluto as hostile territory. Every gun that remains there is now a weapon pointed at our backs. We adjust trajectories. We recalibrate firing arcs. We do not waste time lamenting stones that have already fallen from the wall." Malkador watched him from the edge of the room, face unreadable. "You knew this was always the likely outcome," the regent said quietly, when the officers had turned away to carry out their new orders. "You drew your projections. You saw the failures before they happened." "Knowing does not make the weight lighter," Dorn answered. In the shadowed heart of the traitor armada, Ezekiel Abaddon stood on the bridge of a captured vessel and savored the view. The Lacrimae was a broken thing now, her once pristine decks scarred by boarding torches and blood. The sons of Horus had ripped down Imperial Fist banners and torn Aquila emblems from the walls, replacing them with the eye and the snarling wolf symbolism of Chthoniya. Yet even in defeat, there was a stubborn dignity in the ship's structure that Abaddon could not help but acknowledge. He stood where Sigismund had stood not long before, looking out into the void. The wreckage of Kerberos still drifted in the distance, a smear of light and shadow. "Look at it," he said to the captains gathered around him. "The first sphere, broken. The Praetorian's outermost wall shattered. His proud fortresses turned into our stepping stones." Some of the captains were mortal, veterans of distant campaigns, their faces lined and eyes bright with the strange fervor that came from surviving too long in the War Master's shadow. Others were Astartes, their armor a patchwork of colors and heraldry. Iron warriors, world eaters, word bearers. All shared the same hungry attention now. "He spent moons and men to hold us there," Abaddon continued. "He sacrificed worlds and cohorts to bleed us. And he did bleed us. We have lost ships and lives and warriors who will not be replaced. But his wall still fell. That is what matters." He turned, his gaze sweeping the assembled commanders. "Dorn's net can be cut apart," he said. "His spheres can be broken. Pluto proves it. Uranus will prove it again. Jupiter and Mars will follow. The Praetorian sits in his stone palace and thinks in lines and angles. We will show him that his geometry means nothing to the will of the War Master and the favor of the gods." There was anger in the room, and fear, and doubt. Some had lost brothers and fleets in the meat grinder of the Chthonic Gate. Abaddon could feel their resentment, like a prickle in the air. He did not flinch from it. "Those who fell at Pluto died to show us where the wall is thin," he said. "We honor them by driving on, not by whining about the cost. You wanted proof that the throne world can be taken. You have it. Now steel yourselves. The hardest fights are yet to come." In the grand strategium of the vengeful spirit, Horus Lupercal listened to the same reports from a different angle. Horus Aximand knelt before his Primarch, armor dented, a fresh crack spider-webbing the plate over his heart, where Sigismund's blade had bitten. He bowed his head, accepting both the wound and its meaning. "I failed to kill him," Aximand said. "The first captain escaped." "You broke his ship," Horus replied. His voice was neither forgiving nor harsh. It was simply stating a fact. "You helped shatter his line. You live to fight again. I will take that over a glorious death in some corridor on the system's edge." Aximand looked up, eyes searching his lord's face. "Pluto is ours," he said, "or as much ours as any cursed rock can be that close to the Praetorians' guns. The first sphere is broken. The enemy falls back in disarray." Horus regarded the hololithic image of Saul that floated before him. Pluto's icon glowed a sullen green now, marked as contested but leaning traitor. The outer line was ragged where once it had been neat. "Well done," Horus said at last, inclining his head slightly toward Aximand. "You have opened the way. You have proven that Dorn's walls can be brought down." There was a pause, then he added, the warmth draining from his tone. "But remember, my son, until the palace itself lies under our guns, and the throne is ash, we have done nothing. Pluto is a stepping stone. Uranus will be another. Do not let small victories fool you into thinking we are close to the end. The hardest stones will be those closest to Terra." Aximand bowed his head again. "I understand, my lord," he said. "Good," Horus replied. "Then go. Tend your wound. Ready your company. The next gate awaits." On the Persephone, Caius Varyn stood at a narrow viewport and watched the outer systems slide slowly away. Pluto was a distant glimmer behind them now, half lost in the glow of ongoing detonations. The Chthonic Gate's ring was a warped crescent, still flickering as the War Master's ships forced their way through its wounded structure. "Do you think it was worth it?" asked his tribune quietly, stepping up beside him. Varen did not answer at once. He traced the line of Pluto's orbit with his gaze, imagining the intact moons that had once circled there, the fortresses they had built, the men he had commanded on their surfaces. "We are alive," he said at last. "The War Master's first blow did not reach Terra yet. The Praetorian has more time than he did yesterday. That is worth something. Worth the moons," the tribune pressed. "Worth the cohorts. Worth the billions." Varen's hands tightened on the rim of the viewport until the servos in his gauntlets whined. "In this war," he said, "worth is not measured in lives saved. It is measured in how long we delay the inevitable. Every time we make him pay in blood and steel for an inch of ground, we call that worth. If you cannot stomach that, you should never have taken the oath." The bitterness in his voice was not directed at his officer. It was turned inward, a blade aimed at his own heart. He had made his peace, long ago, with the idea of dying in the Emperor's service. He had not prepared himself for the knowledge that survival would feel more like failure than victory. Later, in a small shrine cell deep within the Persephone's armored spine, Sigismund knelt alone. The cell was simple, its walls bare plasteel except for a single carved aquila above a narrow shelf. A relic blade rested there, its hilt worn by long use. A single candle burned in a metal cup, its flame steady despite the constant vibration of the ship. Sigismund's armor was off. He knelt in the simple tunic of a warrior at rest, though there was nothing restful about his posture. His back was straight, his hands curled into fists on his thighs. The bandages on his shoulder were clean and white, already sealing over as his gene-forged body repaired itself. He stared at the candle. He tried to pray. The words did not come easily. He had fought for so long that the language of devotion had been worn thin in his mouth. He could recite litanies to bolt mechanisms and armor seals without thought. Speaking to a silent god on a golden throne was harder. "Father," he said at last, and the word could have been addressed to the Emperor or to the Primarch who had made him. "I broke," he continued. "I broke your wall. I gave the order. I killed Kerberos and everyone still on her. I let the Lacrimae die. I left men behind. I chose time over them." He closed his eyes for a moment, seeing again the deaths, the flare of the moon's end. "I will not die at the edge," he said. "You set me there to fall first, to be the stone that shatters beneath the tide. I have failed to be that stone. Very well, I will be something else. I will stand at the heart, at the palace, at the place where this ends. I swear it. I will not spend my life on some orbiting rock that will be forgotten as the war moves on. I will cross blades with the War Masters chosen again, and when I fall, it will be with Terra's walls at my back." He bowed his head. "On my honor as first captain of the Imperial Fists," he said, "I swear this. Let my shame drive me. Let my blade be the executioner's that cuts this war's throat, or let me die in the attempt. There is no other path." In the days that followed, orders rippled outward from Terra like shockwaves. Admiral Halbrecht gathered the remnants of the Pluto and Neptune fleets, drawing them back to form a new line around Uranus. Fortress moons that had once been secondary anchors suddenly found themselves promoted to primary bastions. Their crews doubled, then doubled again, influxes of auxilia and navy ratings cramming into corridors never meant for such numbers. Seneschal Efrid did the same at Jupiter. The gas giant's orbit thickened with steel and fire. Platforms that had once been staging points for deep void expeditions were refitted with new gun arrays. Old, half-mothballed stations were reawakened, their dormant machine spirits coaxed back into duty with offerings of fresh oil and whispered hymns. The maps in the Barb Bastion changed. Where once 5 neat spheres had ringed Terra, now there were 4 and a broken rim at the edge, a jagged scar where the first sphere had been. Pluto's glyph glowed, traitor green. The chthonic gate, damaged but not destroyed, sat like a poisoned tooth within that ring. On that poisoned tooth, the sons of Horus raised their banner. It snapped in a wind that did not exist, its cloth stirred by the cycling of atmosphere inside a newly claimed bastion on one of Pluto's remaining moons. The eye of Horus glared from it, the symbol of a legion that had once been the Emperor's favorite and now stood as his betrayer. Around it, the captured gun emplacements of the fortress moon turned their barrels inward, away from the outer dark and toward the paths that loyalist ships would need to take to fall back. Machine spirits that had once purred at the touch of imperial litanies now snarled with new codes, their binary chants twisted into praises for the War Master. Scrap talk whispered through cable arteries, insidious, corrupt. In the cold data crypts, corrupted vox spirits laughed in voices made of static. In the cogitator cores, the calculations that once served Dorn's defensive equations now plotted firing solutions against his own retreat. Pluto, once the first sphere's shield, had become the knife at Saul's back. Uranus turned slowly beneath the guns. From the command bastion of the fortress moon Threnody, Fleetmaster Halbrecht looked out upon the ring of steel he had woven around the cold gas giant. No atmosphere marred his view, only void, and the faint glow of engine plumes marked the half-seen edges of his work. Fortress moons hung in a broad circle, each a scarred rock crusted with armor and weaponry. Between them drifted void platforms and station clusters, all bound together by invisible strands of vox and auger. Beyond that, nothing but minefields, their presence marked only in the hololithic display as dense clouds of rune points. The whole array wrapped the Elysian gate in a collar of guns. In the hololith before Halbrecht, the gate was a void within a void. Its exact shape could not be rendered. The cogitators marked it as a shifting knot of equations and predictive projections rather than as a simple object. The warp scar that linked Sol to the wider galaxy had been chained here with gravitic anchors and ritual wards. But it was still a thing within which sane physics twisted. The Fleetmaster's fingers hovered over the rim of the projection, never quite touching. Lines of fire traced themselves at his command, arcs of overlapping nova cannon coverage, flares of lance convergence. The emergence points where translation into real space was most likely were highlighted in blood red. At each of those points, he had placed a weapon. He had been given the skeleton left by Pluto's fall. Uranus had once been the second sphere, a secondary check on the War Master's advance. Now it was the outer wall, hurriedly thickened, its bastions swollen with the remnants of Pluto's shattered defenses. "It will do," Halbrecht murmured. He did not say aloud that it had to. A vox. Adept looked up from his station, face pale in the light of the display runes. "Lord Fleetmaster," he said, "all Nova batteries report ready. Torpedo flotillas on moons Threnody, Durance and Solace report full magazines. Minefield chains primed along predicted vectors, Alpha through Delta." Halbrecht nodded, his left eye, an augmetic crafted by Martian artifice, whirring faintly as it refocused on the broader display. He could see the little marks that denoted the ships under his command: Imperial Navy cruisers and battleships, Solar Auxilia troop carriers, Mechanicum monitors. Their formations were not as neat as he would have liked. Too many gaps, too many patched-in squadron markers, where ships from Pluto had limped in with scars and reduced crews. "Signal to all commands," he said. "This is Halbrecht. We stand at the second wall. The enemy has broken the first. He will expect us to break just as quickly. We will disappoint him." He paused a heartbeat. "Remember this," he added. "Every minute you hold him here is a minute he cannot spend killing our brothers over Terra. You are the blade at the throat of his timing. Make every shot cut." The Vox Adept relayed the words out along the net. Halbrecht watched the acknowledgements flow back as pulses of light. The gate stirred. At first, it was only a tremor in the auger readings, a ripple across the predictive arrays. Experienced officers straightened at their stations, their hands hovering closer to controls. Machine spirits growled in the depths of the bastions, their caged awareness pricking at the change. Then the Elysian gate boiled. The dark at its heart thickened, colors that were not colors flaring and fading in rapid succession. The equations on the hololith shuddered, lines of script rewriting themselves as reality and unreality argued over which had primacy. "Translation surge," called an augur officer. "Magnitude extreme." "Brace," Halbrecht said. 90 seconds to full emergence patterns. All Nova Cannon captains, stand by for coordinates. You will fire on my mark only. There will be no premature glory." 90 heartbeats. It felt longer. Halbrecht had seen many fleets in his time. Orc hordes, ragged and furious. Xenos armadas of designs that had never graced human eyes before. Renegade formations, once imperial, their hulls still bearing the marks of old campaigns. He had never seen anything like this. The first ship to arrive was the Iron Blood. The flagship of Perturabo tore out of the gate like the tip of a spear, her colossal hull wrapped in the last tatters of warp fire. She was an ugly vessel, all hard angles and bristling turrets, a moving fortress whose lines spoke of brutal practicality. Her armored prow bore the cog skull and hazard stripes of the Iron Warriors, and her flanks crawled with siege barges and gun skiffs clamped to docking points. Behind her the rest came. They flowed out of the Elysian, wound in space in ranks, formations precise as drill diagrams, grand cruisers, battleships, monitor carriers, Iron Warriors vessels made for war against walls, their hulls thick, their weapons heavy. Alongside them came the ships of allied legions and traitor human flotillas, all bound into Perturabo's pattern. Ship glyphs surged onto Halbrecht's display, more and more, until the hololith struggled to render them all distinctly. Thousands, more than 4,000 by the cogitator's first estimate. A tide of steel riding on a roar of warp-spilled energy. They came straight on. Halbrecht's augmetic eye focused of its own accord, taking in the formation with an inhuman clarity. He saw the neat spearheads, the mass conveyors in their armored cradles, the lighter escorts screening the flanks. There was no attempt at feint or misdirection, no scattered probe. The Iron Warriors advanced in a single concentrated mass, an avalanche of hulls bearing down on the kill zone he had laid. "Emperor's teeth," someone whispered. "They are committed," Halbrecht said. "Good." The last ships cleared the gate. "Mark," Halbrecht ordered. The ring of guillotines fell. The fortress moons fired their Nova cannons. Each was a weapon that, on a lesser battlefield, would have been classed as a terror unto itself. Here, they fired in unison. The effect was beyond words. Great spheres of caged starfire burst from the mouths of the Nova cannon barrels, their surfaces flickering with contained fury. Gravitic lenses shaped them, bending their paths into curves that intersected precisely with the predicted positions of the oncoming traitor spearheads. The first volley struck an Iron Warrior's mass conveyor dead on. The ship had been built to haul siege engines and legionary formations across the stars, its bays deep, its hull heavy. The Nova blast did not care. It bit through plasteel and ceramite, through stacked munitions and fuel reservoirs. For a key breath, the conveyor was outlined in brilliance. Then the light expanded, and where there had been a ship, there was a sphere of incandescent vapor. The blast rolled outwards, tearing into the escort squadron flanking that conveyor. 3 ships simply vanished. 2 more lost their forward sections, tumbling wildly as their backs broke. Other Nova shells tore through the Iron Warriors' neat ranks. A cruiser vanished, its prow and midships blown apart, its stern spinning like a severed limb. A line of troop transports was scythed through, the contained fury chewing along their length, bursting them open one after another. Spumes of frozen bodies vented into the void in the wake of the detonations, little dark flecks amid the glare. "Reload," Halbrecht snapped. "Do not stop firing until your barrels crack." The moons obeyed. The fortress platforms joined in, their lance batteries adding threads of coherent light that stitched into the maelstrom, burning out shields and flaying armor. Torpedoes streaked from launchers, their warheads seeking the densest clusters of enemy mass. Minefields detonated in carefully staged chains, gravitic snares yanking ships off course and into kill zones. The void before Uranus became a storm of fire. On the bridge of the Iron Blood, Perturabo watched the destruction with the stillness of a statue. The Primarch of the Iron Warriors was a block of metal and rage clad in silvered armor, hazard stripes slashing his pauldrons, a blandly handsome face hardened into something like stone. His eyes, cold and pale, flicked from one display to another, taking in the deaths of ships and men in the same way another might read numbers from a ledger. "They have laid their fields well," he said. His voice held no heat, only acknowledgement. "Halbrecht has done his duty. His guns are killing us efficiently." A warsmith at his side spat a curse. "We lose mass conveyors, Lord," the Astartes said. "Precious hulls, entire siege cadres." "We lose what we must," Perturabo replied. "The calculations were made centuries ago. The Elysian Gate is a throat that must be punched through. The cost was always going to be extreme. We pay it now, and we reach the heart, or we flinch and die out here." Another volley of Nova fire slammed into the front ranks. A battleship's shields flared, collapsed, and its upper decks peeled away like wet paper. A transport packed with human auxiliaries took a glancing hit that still tore it open lengthwise. The bodies of gunners and serfs and conscripts boiled out in a frozen spray before the internal bulkheads slammed shut, sealing the wound in meat and steel. "Bring the Electo, Megaera, and Tilfusia forward," Perturabo said. "Lock their engines open. Direct them on collision vectors for the fortress line." The warsmith blinked. "My lord, those are some of our largest mass conveyors. We could force landings with them later. They carry more siege equipment than any battalion of ground troops." Perturabo's gaze shifted to him. "And if they survive this line, they might one day deliver that equipment," he said. "If they do not, they become fire ships that carve the path for those that will. Their purpose is to break walls. Whether as carriers or as bombs is immaterial." He turned his eyes back to the hololith, watching as the 3 designated ships' runes brightened, their vectors shifting. "Lock their engines," he repeated. "Override their safety rights. Their captains and crews will understand their role, or they will die in ignorance. It changes nothing." Electo, Megaera, and Tilfusia surged ahead of the already battered spearhead. Their engines burned white, overthrusting, wringing every last scrap of acceleration from their drives. Their void shields flared as nova blasts glanced from them, as lance strikes clawed at them. They did not slow. They could not. On Threnodi's gunnery decks, servitors and human crews alike screamed litanies as they wrestled with overheated mechanisms. Auspec's Picts showed the 3 oncoming shapes growing, their hulls glowing with the heat of sustained damage. Warning runes chimed as predictive cogitators plotted their paths. "Impact courses," intoned the gunnery magos. "They will strike along the flank of the moon and the adjoining platforms if not stopped. All guns, concentrate on those 3 targets." The fortress moons fired until their barrels glowed. Plasma flared along the length of their cannon housings. The air in the gunnery chambers grew thick and metallic. They crippled one of the conveyor ships. Megaera lost half its hull to a nova strike, spinning away, its locked drive still pushing its broken mass along a vector that took it into a minefield. The detonation when the mines went off against its wreckage was a smaller echo of what might have been. The other 2 came on. Electo took a dozen lance strikes and kept moving. Tilfusia lost her prow in a storm of macro rounds and still her engines burned. They were masses of ruin by the time they reached the line, but mass and momentum and the deliberate murder of every safety protocol kept them lethal. Alecto hit a void platform square on. The platform had been a mid-sized bastion, its surface crusted with weapon mounts and sensor arrays. For a moment, its void shields held, flaring in a globe of light around it as the dying mass conveyor rammed home. The shields failed. Alecto's ruined prow punched through armor and structure alike, plowing deep into the platform's heart. The damaged drives, still overloading, finally tore free of their housings. The resulting detonation was a sun birthed in the wrong place. Threnodi's crew saw the flash through their viewing ports as the platform simply ceased to be, replaced by an expanding sphere of plasma and wreckage. The blast flicked parts of Alecto away like sparks. Shrapnel the size of buildings slammed into nearby moons and stations, carving chunks out of hulls. Tilfhausia, trailing a tail of debris and fire, grazed the flank of a fortress moon, her broken carcass raking across gun spires and docking cradles. The hull broke apart completely, spilling its cargo of siege engines and munitions into the void. For a heartbeat, the fortress held. Then the drifting ruins of Tilfusia's drive section, still burning, slammed into a cluster of external fuel reservoirs. Another bloom of fusion fire tore open the moon's side. Atmosphere vented in a screaming plume. Whole bastions broke free, tumbling, their guns still firing for a few seconds before power cut out, and they died. On Halbrecht's display, the neat circle of his defense line rippled. "We are losing structural integrity in sectors 9 through 12, an officer reported, voice high. Platform Ardent is gone. Moon Durance has suffered catastrophic hull breaches. Stabilize the line, Halbrecht said. Shift power from Threnodi's outer shields to cover the gaps. Have Solace adjust orbit to plug the largest hole. We will not let him pour through without paying more still." As if summoned by those words, a new shadow fell across the hololith. It did not emerge from the Elysian gate so much as resolve from the miasma of its edges, like a tumor finally taking distinct shape. The space hulk crawled into real space with agonizing slowness, its profile a nightmare of bolted-on hulls and tangled frameworks. The daughter of woe. No one knew when it had first formed, how many dead ships and stations had fused into its bulk. It was a mountain range adrift in the void, studded with gun batteries, broken spires, cathedral towers, and jagged machinery. Some parts of its hull still bore the faded heraldry of human fleets long gone. Other sections were of alien make, their angles wrong, their surfaces scarred by energies that had no place here. Its engines were an afterthought, jury-rigged clusters and warp-torn propulsors that pushed that immense mass with an inexorable, grinding inevitability. It entered the Uranian theater like a planet come to war. Halbrecht's gunners turned their fire upon it at once. Nova blasts and lances climbed its flanks, gouging trenches of molten metal. Whole protrusions were blasted away, tumbling from its hull. It kept coming. Weapon arrays along its skin woke like volcanoes. Macro batteries of ancient and unknown design opened fire, their shells screaming out in ragged patterns. Lance turrets cut lines through space, seeking the bright signatures of the fortress moons. Torpedoes, some so old their machine spirits howled of different stars, poured from launch bays. One of Threnodi's sibling moons simply disappeared under the storm. Its shields were battered down, its surface flensed, its weaponry torn away. It spun, bleeding fire, then fell into Uranus's gravity well, burning as it descended into the gas. Giant storms. Within the wounded bastions and moons, boarding alarms began to sound. The Iron Warriors came on in their own ships, closing under cover of the Hulk's bombardment. Transports swarmed forward like hives of locusts, disgorging smaller craft that streaked toward the crippled fortresses. Not just Astartes vessels, but troop carriers packed with gangers dragged from underhive pits, mutants twisted by warp taint, pirates, feral worlders, cultists. Anybody that could hold a weapon and be pointed at an imperial wall. On the moon, Durant's Caius Varron was once more in the midst of a corridor war. They had moved his auxilia to Uranus as soon as the first ships from Pluto limped in. There had been no rest, only new postings, new maps, new walls to man. Now those walls shook under a pounding that eclipsed even what he had seen at Kerberos. The boarding sirens were a constant howl. The decks shuddered with the impact of docking claws and breacher torpedoes. The air was thick with the smell of propellant, scorched metal, and the sour tang of Terra. Sector 12 breach, voxed one officer. Multiple ingress points. Contacts marked. Hostile density. Emperor help us. The scope is full. Varron slammed a fresh power pack into his Volkite charger, the weapon's coils whirring as they built charge. Forget scopes, he said. Look at the corridors in front of you. Hold those. That is all that matters. They held, for a time. Gangers came first, wearing mismatched armor, wielding stolen or improvised weapons. They roared and cursed as they charged. A living tide pushed ahead of the more disciplined iron warriors behind. Auxilia lines cut them down in heaps. Volkite beams flayed flesh and bone. Las fire lanced through bodies. The dead piled under the still living, turning the corridor mouth into a ramp of meat. Mutants followed, lumbering brutes with twisted limbs and bone spurs. Stubber fire rattled against their malformed hides. Without bringing them down, Varron's men changed aim, firing into eyes, mouths, belly folds where their armor was thinner. Heavy weapons spat, taking off limbs, bursting swollen torsos. Behind them came the pirates and renegades, more organized, firing in volleys, using cover. They died too. Then the Iron Warriors themselves arrived, and the air changed. They advanced with the slow, steady inevitability of siege engines, their grey armor dull under scorch marks, hazard stripes glaring from pauldrons and knee guards. Bolters fired in measured bursts, each round placed to pluck a defender from behind cover. When their shells struck, bodies came apart in wet bursts, armor punched through, limbs torn free. Varron met them in the choke points, squad by squad, falling back by meters, then by corridors, never letting the line break entirely. His men fought and died in place, their discipline the only thing that kept them from being swept aside like so much debris. They won victories in those narrow spaces. An Iron Warriors breach squad isolated and annihilated. A junction held long enough for bulkheads to be sealed. A secondary control shrine defended until critical systems could be rerouted. It did not matter. On Halbrecht's displays, green runes that had marked loyal Vox traffic from Durance and her sister moons began to flicker. Some went out abruptly, the silence of destruction. Others faded gradually, as if sinking under a rising tide of enemy signals. Machine spirit identifiers changed tone, familiar codes overwritten by Iron Warrior ciphers. Moon Durance has gone dark, an officer reported. No loyal transmissions, only enemy. Moon Solace reports internal fighting in all sectors. Communications patchy. They request reinforcement we cannot give. Halbrecht watched the ring around Uranus dim, one light at a time. He did what he could with what remained. Cruisers and battleships continued to rake the oncoming enemy with fire. Squadrons of escorts threw themselves into torpedo runs, trading their lives for the chance to cripple a single enemy capital ship. Some of the traitor formations were shattered, their hulls drifting impotent, their guns silenced. It was local success. In the grand calculus, it meant little. He knew the moment when the line stopped being a wall and became a scaffold. Time gained, he murmured, half to himself, as one of the more brutal cogitator projections updated. Days, perhaps. He weighed that against the tally of ships gone, of moons shattered, of men dead. It is not worth it, some part of him whispered. It does not matter if it is worth it, another part replied. It is necessary. On the iron blood, Perturabo stood with his arms folded as hololiths displayed the ring of Uranian defenses in their death throes. He watched as each bastion's rune faded or changed, marking its fall. He watched as the Imperial Navy formations thinned, then began to withdraw. Halbrecht knows. When his line stops buying him enough time, the Primarch said. He withdraws before he throws good ships after dead moons. He is competent. A warsmith beside him nodded. The enemy fleet bends, the Astartes said. They are turning inward, toward Jupiter and Mars. We have broken this sphere, my lord. Uranus is ours. Perturabo's augmetic fingers flexed once, calculating. Totality of enemy fixed defenses destroyed or taken, he said, thinking aloud. Estimate 7/10. Mobile assets reduced by perhaps a third. Time purchased for Terra, a handful of days. He let out a slow breath. Acceptable, he said. Mark the data. When we plan the assault on Saturn's boundary, we will refine the pattern. The Daughter of Woe will lead again. Fireships will be prepared. Every sphere he has left will cost him, but it will cost him less than it will cost us if we delay. His gaze went to the representation of Uranus itself, a swirling mass of storms, now circled by broken rings of wreckage and captured moons. Signal the warsmiths, Perturabo said. Begin fortifying the captured moons as forward bastions. We will turn his own second wall into our staging ground for the third. Tell them that every bolt driven into these rocks is one driven into the heart of Terra. Halbrecht, on the command deck of Threnody, watched the same scene unfold from the other side. Order the retreat, he said. The words tasted like iron. All ships that can break clear fall back toward Jupiter and the inner line. Engage only as necessary to protect withdrawal. We have given what we can here. The acknowledgement lights pulsed. Engines flared as battered ships turned away from Uranus's now traitor-owned ring. Traitors followed, but the loyal fleets had not been entirely gutted. They still had teeth, and they bared them when pursuers came too close. On the lower decks, Varan felt the change in the ship's motion as his new refuge burned inward. He did not know its name. Ships in this war were becoming interchangeable to him. Steel shells in which to fight and perhaps die. He stood with his surviving officers in a cramped compartment that had once been a mess hall and was now a makeshift command room. Their armor was patched, their faces hollow. Uranus is gone, one of them said. We held as long as we could, another added, as if warding off blame. Varan nodded slowly. We held, he said. That is all we can ever say now. Pluto fell, Uranus fell, Jupiter will fall, Mars will bleed. We will hold, we will fall. And in the end, either Terra stands when our time runs out, or it does not. He looked around at them, at the men who had followed him from one doomed wall to the next. We are not here to win, he said. Remember that. We are here to make the enemy pay for every step he takes. As long as we breathe, as long as we can lift our weapons, we make that payment heavy. That is our victory.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Outside, the ring of Uranus burned as it passed out of loyal hands, its broken bastions already being measured and rebuilt by Iron Warrior logic. The Daughter of Woe drifted along the line, its guns cooling, its vast, ugly mass now part of the shadow that advanced towards Saturn and Jupiter. The second sphere was broken. The war did not pause to mourn it. War broke the system into pieces. With the second sphere shattered at Uranus, the ordered lines of Halbrecht's defense dissolved into something wilder and more vicious. The neat circles that had once ringed the throne world became a tangle of overlapping arcs, half collapsed, half redrawn. Between Neptune and Saturn and Jupiter, the void crawled with killing. Pirate flotillas, once little more than vermin gnawing at the edges of the Great Crusade, now swarmed in packs under traitor banners. They fell on isolated convoys and crippled stations, their patched hulls trailing crude sigils of new allegiance. Emperor's children strike squadrons roamed ahead of the War Master's main thrust, their sleek vessels moving with predatory grace, their guns as precise and cruel as scalpels. Night Lord's terror wings flitted along the shadows of the outer dark. Lights dimmed. Vox nets full of stolen screams, seeking out weak points not in steel, but in human will. In the high reaches around Neptune, a loyal refueling platform died under the assault of an Emperor's children raiding flotilla. Its Vox logs, recovered later from drifting debris, showed a brief, frantic exchange of fire, then a surge of Vox noise that was not static, but sound weaponized, notes pitched to flay the nerves. Men clawed at their own ears as shells hammered into their hull, their last sight a wash of lurid, clashing color as the traitor ship's lumens strobed like an obscene carnival. Around the moons of Saturn, void stations vanished between one heartbeat and the next, their augur signatures simply snuffed out. The Night Lords there did not always bother with boarding. Sometimes it was enough to cut the power, to silence the Vox, to leave a platform drifting cold and dark, its crew left alone with their fear until some forgotten mechanical fault or slow bleed of atmosphere finished them. The great gas giant itself burned in places where captured loyalist stations were turned into beacons of terror. Short-range transmissions bled out from those captured bastions, cycling recordings of executions and whispered condemnations of the Emperor, offerings to the war god of madness that now rode the War Master's shadow. In all that chaos, one moon did not burn. Titan hung in its place among Saturn's retinue, a dull, airless rock seen by few and valued by fewer. Yet to the right eyes, it was a node of great potential. Malcador, the Sigillite, had placed his hand upon its destiny long before Horus had declared his treachery. In a chamber deep within the palace, lost among vaults of crystalline wards and circles of etched gold, Malcador worked. Rings of psychers sat around him, hooded and veiled, their bodies withered almost beyond human recognition. They did not speak as men did. They sang in mind speech, a low, continuous chant that made the air hum. Sigils burned in the air above the chamber floor, shifting constellations of power. On the far side of reality, Titan shivered. Its augur signature dimmed, then vanished. Vox pings directed toward it returned only silence. To the senses of both loyalists and traitors, it simply was not there anymore. Only Malcador and a handful of others knew that it remained, wrapped in cloaks of sigil and will, taken out of the slaughter to come and held in reserve for some later war that would be born from the ashes of this one. Saturn's other moons were not so fortunate. They burned as the Night Lords and pirate squadrons tore their defenses apart, or as loyalist commanders scoured them from afar rather than see them turned. Jupiter became the new Anvil. Seneschal Efreid of the Imperial Fists stood in the armored observation blister of the flagship Resolute Duty and watched the great gas giant fill space. It was a storm given form, bands of ochre and white and angry red rolling over one another in constant motion. Lightning flickered deep inside its clouds, great silent flashes that hinted at energies beyond comprehension. Around it, a man-made ring glittered, stations and platforms, fortress moons and bastions, all linked by lines of fire. Efreid's armor was the yellow of his legion, dulled by the battle damage that no amount of scrubbing could truly erase. He wore a seneschal's crest upon his pauldron, the mark of a warrior given charge of more than simply his own brothers. The weight of that mark pressed between his shoulders as heavily as any physical burden. "Report," he said. "Elements of Halbrecht's fleet continue to fall back from Uranus," his first officer replied, eyes on the hololithic display. "We have taken in perhaps half of what survived. The rest are still inbound, harried by traitor scouts." "Disposition of our own forces?" Imperial Fist's vessels as assigned, the officer said, reciting. Solar Auxilia troopships and escorts in orbit around the primary bastions. Mechanicum monitors anchoring the outer ring. Blood Angels detachments holding in reserve. Efrid nodded. The red heraldry of the 9th Legion glowed on the hololith as smaller, isolated clusters. They had been operating elsewhere in the system until now, salvaging what they could of shattered lines and ferried refugees. Now they came to Jupiter. Jovian space trembled as the first Blood Angels warships translated in, their hulls a deep, rich red that seemed to drink the baleful light that now filled the system. They were beautiful vessels in a way the Resolute Duty was not. Sleek lines, ornate prows, winged iconography flowing along their flanks. Their arrival brought a brief, bright flare of something dangerously close to hope among some of the human crews. In the palace, Sanguinius spoke with Dorn across the Vox. The angel's voice was clear, even through the layers of encryption and distance, carrying a tone that had inspired whole crusades. "Brother," he said, "we stand ready. Our hulls are fresh, our magazines are full, our warriors are eager." "You are late," Dorn said. He did not lace the words with reproach, merely fact. Sanguinius's sigh was a soft hiss of static. "Every path to you is paved with worlds on fire," he said. "We bled Betagarmon into the void to open the corridor that brought us this far, and still we come too slowly for my liking. But we are here now. Let us be your blade at Jupiter." "You will not hold the line," Dorn said. "You will cut where it is weakest. Ifrid commands the wall. You and yours will strike at what he cannot afford to turn upon. Do you accept that role?" "We did not come to stand in rows and be counted," Sanguinius replied. There was a smile in his voice that did not reach his eyes. "We came to kill. Point us at the wound, Rogel. We will make it bleed." "You will get your chance," Dorn said. "And more than that. Be ready to fall back on Terra when the order comes. I do not believe Jupiter will be the place you die." "Do you believe Terra will be?" Sanguinius asked. Dorn did not answer that. On the rim of the embattled sphere, white-hulled ships prowled. The white scars had never been ones for static defense. Even here, where the geometry of the wall mattered, they made their own war. Fast squadrons under the command of brother captains who spoke in the name of Jaghatai Khan roved the outer edges of the Jovian theater, their prows like fanged blades, their engines tuned for swift acceleration. They struck where traitor scouts pushed too far inward, appearing out of the shadow of gas-giant moons, lances flashing, then vanishing again into the dark before reinforcements could trap them. They harried flanks, cut up small packs of raiders, and perhaps most importantly, kept a corridor open. Along that corridor, the remnants of Halbrecht's forces limped in from Uranus. Caius Varron stood in a gunnery blister as his current refuge, a battered cruiser whose original name had long since been lost under emergency designations, coasted under escort toward Jupiter's heavier bastions. He watched a White Scars destroyer howl past, its prow lights a brief flare before it flipped, fired a volley of torpedoes into a pursuing traitor frigate, then burned away again. The traitor ship tried to give chase. It found itself suddenly outlined in the fire of Jupiter's outer platforms, the standing order that no enemy vessel was to be allowed to follow the retreating loyalist ships unharried. "Those riders keep the wolves off us," muttered one of his officers beside him, watching the White Scars maneuver. "We would be meat without them." "They have their war," Varron said. "We have ours." Their war, at that moment, consisted of seeing yet another transport go dark on the Auspex. A troop ship, crammed with the remnants of Uranus's ground forces and civilian evacuees, had taken a long-range lance strike amidships. Warning runes flashed for a moment, then the hull symbol flickered and vanished. Troopship designation Fortitude has been lost, an Auspex adept reported, voice dull. Casualty estimate, high. They no longer spoke in numbers. The numbers had become meaningless, too large and too abstract to be anything but another wound on a ledger that would never be balanced. The third sphere, as Dorn's strategists had named Jupiter's ring, came under test soon enough. Ezekiel Abaddon watched from his command throne as mixed warbands pushed in. A World Eater's cruiser, its hull scarred by constant close assaults, drove toward one of Jupiter's outer platforms, engines burning, its vox blasting incoherent roars. It disgorged attack craft packed with berserkers who howled into their regulators and slammed into the platform's docking collars. Blood ran in its corridors not long after. A Night Lord's Terra wing peeled around the orbit of a smaller moon, their hulls dark, their lights muted. They jammed vox bands with the recorded pleas of drowning men, then cut power to a line of defense satellites with perfectly placed melter charges. The satellites went dark, drifting. Minutes later, torpedoes slipped through that newly opened gap, their chevroned hulls invisible until their warheads woke and tore an unprepared bastion in half. Renegade human squadrons, drawn from the scum of dozens of worlds, probed with lighter raiders, darting in to test response times, to force the loyalists to reveal where their fire was heaviest and where it was forced to be thinner. Abaddon watched the responses, the patterns of fire, the redeployments. He nodded to himself. "They are stretched," he said. "Uranus took their spare ships. Jupiter's line is good, but it is not perfect." He leaned forward slightly, the eye of Horus on his breastplate, glaring in reflected hololithic light. "Send word to the War Master," he said. "The third sphere will not break as quickly as the first and second, but it will break. It is held by stubborn men, not by miracles." Efreid proved him right and wrong. From the command deck of the Resolute Duty, the Seneschal built killboxes. He could not match the sheer fire weight that had been available at Pluto and Uranus. Those spheres had been built as outer walls, thick with fortress moons and platforms. Jupiter had been originally a staging point for expeditions, not a primary bastion. Its defenses had been hastily thickened after the fall of the first two spheres, but there were still gaps. Efreid filled them with strategy. He laid his ships along overlapping arcs, so that any traitor formation pushing too far inward would find itself suddenly under crossfire from angles it had not anticipated. He used the gas giant's own immense gravity well as a weapon, luring enemy squadrons into trajectories that would make it difficult for them to pull up if they took damage, so that crippled hulls would tumble forever down into the storm belts below. Blood Angel's warships darted in and out of those kill boxes like hunting hawks. When a mixed warband tried to force a passage, their red hulls flared into view, lances cutting into key vessels. Boarding torpedoes, marked with the sigils of the 9th Legion, punched into weakened ships. For a few brief, glorious moments, the interior vox channels of those traitor vessels filled with the sound of chain blades and battle cries delivered in clear, almost musical high Gothic. White Scar's destroyers continued to prowl the edges, punishing any traitor squadron that tried to swing wide and flank the main defenses. Varan's auxilia fought where they were sent, on orbital platforms hammered by bombardment, in the guts of moons whose surfaces were raked by macro fire, aboard ships pressed into service as temporary bastions in the ever-shifting lattice. They boarded enemy craft when ordered, holding passageways against things that should never have been allowed to board them. They disembarked to reinforce groundside facilities on Jovian moons, then evacuated again under fire hours later when those facilities became untenable. Every victory was local, every loss likewise. Again and again, traitor spearheads pushed in, seeking to break the line. Again and again, they crashed against kill zones and staggered back, bleeding hulls and souls. Jupiter held, for a while. For Varan, the battle dissolved into a series of scenes. a rearguard action around a small moon, whose name he never learned, only its designation. Traitor Grand Cruisers vomited shells into its surface, tearing chunks of rock into space. Transports full of refugees tried to lift off from makeshift landing pads as the crust beneath them shook, their engines screaming as they clawed for vacuum. One transport took a direct hit as it broke atmosphere, becoming a brief streak of fire and wreckage before disappearing into the roiling clouds below. A corridor aboard a platform that had once been a shipyard, now reconfigured into a gun bastion. Pipes burst as a near miss shook the structure, scalding steam filling the passage. Auxilia and Blood Angels fought side by side in that choking haze, the taller, red-armored forms of the Astartes moving like demigods among men as they pushed back a boarding rush of pale, masked Emperor's children. A lull, brief and brittle, in which Varron found himself staring at a casualty slate in a compartment that had once been a cargo bay and now served as a triage ward. The numbers blurred. He stopped trying to read them, reduced them in his mind to a single fact. Enough. Enough dead for this hour. Enough dead that the living could still pretend the deaths were buying something. On the strategic displays in the Barb Bastion, the third sphere held longer than the projections had suggested it could. Dorn watched the symbols representing Efreid's fleets bend under pressure, then straighten as each crisis was met and countered. He watched as little red skull icons marked the loss of platforms and fortresses, but saw, too, the corresponding marks on the enemy side. "Efreid is good," Malcador said. "Stubborn, but not foolish. He does not cling to ground when it stops buying him anything." "Like Halbrecht," Dorn said. "He knows when a wall has served its purpose." "How many more walls do you have?" Malcador asked quietly. "Fewer than we need," Dorn replied. The question of when to pull Efreid back had been calculated before the first shot was fired at Jupiter. The variables were many: projected fleet attrition, projected time gained, projected impact of traitor presence in Jovian orbit upon later phases of the war. As the days bled by, those projections shifted. Traitor losses mounted, but so too did loyalist. Halbrecht's remnants, already battered at Uranus, had been mauled further. The Blood Angels took damage that would take long weeks to repair if they ever got the chance. The White Scars lost ships one by one as they overextended, too bold, too eager to slash at the foe. The moment came as a quiet update in a sea of noise. Dorn studied a new projection, its lines of script cold. "We have taken from him what we can here," he said. "Not to any one person in particular. Further defense at Jupiter will not give us enough added time to justify the fleets we will lose." He opened a channel. "Efreid," he said. "Halbrecht, this is the Praetorian. You are to abandon Jupiter." There was a silence that was not silence, the raw hiss of the warp across the Vox. On the resolute duty, Efreid heard the order and closed his eyes for a heartbeat. He could almost feel the weight of Jupiter's gravity through the soles of his boots, as if the world itself loathed to let go of the ships hanging above it. "As you command, Lord," he said. He turned to his officers. "Signal all commands," he said. "We are done here. Begin staged withdrawal toward Terra's well. No ship is to linger in Jovian orbit without explicit order. All bastions to fire until ammunition is expended, then to execute scuttle protocols if possible. We will not gift intact fortresses to the War Master." Halbrecht's acknowledgement came shortly after. "We will cover the initial withdrawal," the Fleet Master said. "Our long-range batteries can give you a screen. Once you reach the midpoint to Mars, we will follow. We have no intention of dying here when we can die closer to the throne." The retreat was not a rout. Ships turned away in planned waves, their departure covered by intensified fire from those that remained. Bastions that could be abandoned were evacuated in haste, their machine spirits commanded to overload their cores, rather than let traitors claim them. Others had no such luxury. They burned under enemy guns or fell silent as boarding parties overran them. In one such bastion, Varen's cohort was ordered to hold a docking spire long enough for the last transports to clear. They did so, fighting off repeated strikes from renegade troops and traitor Astartes. When the final schedule ticked over, when the last transport's engines flared and it broke free, Varen received the order to pull back. He did not look back as he ran through the docking umbilical, boots thudding on metal, his men pounding along behind him. The docking clamps released with a clunk that he felt in his teeth. The small transport lurched away, its maneuver thrusters firing. At a viewing port beside the embarkation bay, Varen saw Jupiter fill the sky. It was wreathed in fire. Bombardments had clawed at its outer atmosphere, leaving great scars where the upper cloud layers boiled with strange colors. Burning wreckage fell into its embrace, dragged down by inexorable gravity. Broken ships that had once been proud symbols of imperial might now tumbled end over end, their hulls aflame, before vanishing into the depths. Bastions and platforms that had lost their station-keeping thrusters fell too. Some burned up as they descended. Others were large enough, dense enough, that they plunged deep, trailing wakes of incandescent gas. For a brief, obscene moment, Varen thought the gas giant looked like a sacrificial brazier. It storms the coals, the falling wreckage offerings tossed in by an unseen hand. We are feeding it worlds, he thought. Pluto, Uranus, now Jupiter. We push them into the furnace to buy time. The transport shuddered as it accelerated, engines straining to pull it out of the gas giant's grip and into the safer lane that would take it inward, toward Mars and then Terra. Behind them, the third sphere collapsed, its guns falling silent one by one, its moons and platforms either wrecked or already being pulled into the War Master's domain. Ahead lay the red cage of Mars and the last clear space before the throne world. The war had not slowed. It had only drawn nearer to its true target. Mars glowed like a wounded eye in the dark. Camba Diaz stood on the command deck of the Fortress of Eternity and looked down upon the red planet. Forge hives burned on the night side, their fires blurring together into a dull smear across the Terminator. On the day side, the great forges vented towers of smoke and steam. The atmosphere above them, stained with the breath of industry, turned to war. Around Mars, a cage of steel and fury hung in a tight ring. Imperial fists, battle barges, and strike cruisers held station in precise formations, their yellow hulls scarred by earlier campaigns. Blood Angels' vessels in deep crimson formed a second line, prows pointed inward and outward at once, their lance banks shifting slowly as they tracked targets on both sides of the blockade. Solar auxiliary troopships and navy cruisers filled the gaps, their hulls pitted, their void shields strained. Loyalist Mechanicum monitors, their hulls bristling with weapons and sensor arrays, like cathedral towers bristling with gargoyles, droned along the blockade's perimeter. Camba Diaz had never seen so many guns pointed at a single world. He was a big man even before his armor, his broad shoulders and barrel chest wrapped now in the heavy plate of an Imperial Fist's siege master. His face was craggy, nose broken badly, at least once in the past. His beard shot through with grey. His eyes, dark and deep-set, took in the shifting hololithic projections with practiced speed. "If Mars breaks that cage," he said softly, "Terra's sky falls." He did not speak for effect. The officers around him already knew it. The Forge world was a wound in the Imperium's flank, half loyal, half damned. Kelbor Hal, fabricator general turned arch-traitor, held its mechanized heart in thrall. The loyal forges and loyalist Mechanicum clung to their bastions like besieged castles within a city already aflame. If Kelbor Hal's fleets punched through this blockade and linked hands with Horus's oncoming armadas, the void above Terra would be lost before the War Master ever bared his teeth at the palace walls. "Status of the ring," Camba Diaz demanded. "Outer line holding," replied his flag captain, a veteran with a voice seared rough by recycled air and too many shouted orders. "Imperial Fist's vessels in sectors 3 through 6 report shield strain, but no breaches. Blood Angels reserve wings ready to counter any breakout. Auxilia ships rotating to spread reactor loads. Mechanicum monitors report all weapons cycling within sacred parameters." "And on the surface?" Camba Diaz asked. The answer came from a different quarter, a robed figure whose flesh had been mostly replaced by metal. The loyalist Magos's voice was layered, human and synthetic tones speaking in parallel. "Kelbor Hal pushes against the cage from below," the tech priest intoned. "Surface batteries along the equatorial shipyards have increased their output. New launch signatures detected from dock complexes Gamma and Theta. Additional traitor ships are attempting to break orbit under their own power. Void shields over several loyalist enclaves are suffering. They call for relief we cannot send." "Then they hold," Camba Diaz said, "or they burn, buying us time. Same as everyone else." On Mars, the Red Hells roared. Dark Mechanicum crawlers, vehicles that had once been simple orbital loaders or land trains, now warped with spikes and demon faces, rolled across cracked plains toward loyalist zones. Orbit-to-surface cannons hammered the crust, smashing craters into the rusted regolith. Skitari, legions fought one another in waves, hunter cohorts blurring into glassy death under exotic weapons. Titans strode in the distance, their god engines tearing the air with sonic booms and warp echoes as they traded volcano cannon salvos. From orbit, Camba Diaz saw only the icons that represented these battles. He saw loyal enclaves flashing for aid, traitor bastions flaring with increased power output as new vessels powered up. He saw launch flares rising like sparks from a bonfire. "New contacts," called an augur officer. Multiple vessel signatures rising from the surface. Patterns match previously identified Dark Mechanicum hulls. "Numbers." The man hesitated, as if the data on his display could not be real. "Numbers high," he finished. On the hololith, Mars blossomed with climbing runes. Kelbor Hal had not been idle. Broken as the Forge World's initial rebellion had left it, it had still been churning out ships and engines in the time since. Now those ships clawed their way up through the thin atmosphere, engines burning, hulls glowing where re-entry heat fought against shield flickers. At the same time, the outer auger nets screamed. "Translation flare above the plane of the ecliptic," the sensor officer shouted. Multiple signatures. Incoming fleet translating in at high warp velocity. Vector, intersecting Martian orbit. Camba Diaz's jaw tightened. "Magnify," he said. The hololith shifted. Above the red globe of Mars, beyond the orbiting ring of loyalist ships, a new storm of light uncurled. Vessels boiled out of the warp in a ragged but massive wave, their emergence marked by gouts of unnatural color and static. Hull glyphs resolved in the projection. Some bore the hazard stripes and cog skulls of traitor forges from beyond Sul. Others showed the eye of Horus, the snarling sigils of world eaters, the twisted scripture of word bearers. It was a dark armada, summoned by Kelbor Hal's calls for aid, answering now in force. The blockade was suddenly fighting on two fronts at once. "Here it is," Camba Diaz said quietly, "the moment where walls prove what they are worth." He spread his hands, and the projection widened, showing the ring of his fleet between the boiling surface of Mars and the descending tide of traitor vessels. "Signal all commands," he said. "This is Siege Master Camba Diaz. You will hold your line. You will fire at anything that tries to break outward from Mars, and you will fire at anything that tries to crash inward from above. The void between is our killing ground. If we fail here, the War Master will not need Uranus or Jupiter. He will have Mars instead, and from Mars he will rake terror at his leisure. We cannot allow that." The void between planet and incoming armada filled with light. Kelborhal's ships clawed up from the red haze, their hulls bristling with weaponry and unholy growths. Some were once familiar Mechanicum designs, now twisted by dark Mechanicum art. Others were new creatures entirely, their shapes unsettling, angles wrong, drives leaving trails that flickered in colors that hurt the eyes. From above, the traitor reinforcements fell like a storm of blades. The blockade met them. Imperial fists battle barges rotated, their broadside batteries opening up with disciplined overlapping barrages. Macro shells tore into the climbing Dark Mechanicum hulls, blowing gaping holes in their flanks. Lance strikes speared downward from high orbit, punching through shields and cutting ships in half. Blood Angel's ships darted in and out of the main lines, their own guns slicing into gaps, flashing red among the gold. Solar Auxilia troop ships, never meant to be frontline gun platforms, fired everything they had. Deck guns built for planetary bombardment spat flame into the void, tearing apart lighter traitor escorts. Plasma batteries overheated and blew out, crippling some loyal ships as they tried to match the fury of their betters. The void between Mars and the blockade became a three-dimensional maze of fire. In that maze, boarding lines tangled like cobwebs. Caius Varron slammed into the hull of a Dark Mechanicum cruiser in a storm of cutting charges and vox howls. The boarding torpedo juddered as its mag clamps bit into corrupted steel. Explosive charges blew, cutting a ragged hole in the enemy hull. Pressure roared out in a grey blur of air and vapor. Varron's squad went through that rip like bullets. Inside, the air was hot and wrong. The interior of the Mechanicum vessel had once been ordered and precise. Straight corridors lined with conduits, hatches marked with clear sigils, machine shrines placed at regular intervals. Now it was a twisted labyrinth. Cabling hung like the innards of a gutted beast, throbbing faintly as ichor and oil ran along their lengths. Bulkheads bulged with unnatural growths of metal and flesh, pistons pumping in ways that served no clear purpose. Servitors shambled toward them, no longer the dead-eyed drones Varron had seen in loyal forges. Their flesh was swollen with boils that pulsed in time with the thrum of the ship. Their augmetic limbs had grown extra joints and blade tips, twitching and flexing as if eager for blood. Some had no faces left at all, only grinning metal masks welded to skulls, vox grills drooling scrap code in a constant hiss. "Fire!" Varron snapped, voice hard over the squad net. Volkite beams washed down the corridor, bathing servitors in crackling energy. Flesh cooked and sloughed away, metal warped. The twisted things kept coming until enough of them had been reduced to smoking ruin to clog the passage. Behind the servitors came the tech thralls and corrupted Skitarii, marching in lockstep, their armor spattered with oil and blood, their eyes glowing with whatever malign logic had taken root in their command cores. The Auxilia met them in a close-quarters brawl that left the walls slick with discharge, burns and splattered fluids. Varron's power maul snarled as he swung it, impacts cracking augmented skulls, shattering bionic limbs. Shots ricocheted from the walls in the tight space, making every step perilous. They fought their way toward the engine shrines, where the beating heart of the ship was housed. They found it a cathedral of blasphemy. The plasma core, once a clean, contained sphere of power, bound in containment fields and hymn-etched restraints, now bloomed like an infected wound. Warp flame crawled across its surface, licking at the edges of reality. Chains of iron and bone hung from overhead gantries, connected not to structural points, but to hunched, twitching figures bolted to the floor. Robed shapes, their faces hidden, stood in circles around the core, chanting in Binharic and something older, their voices a maddening combination of code and litany. Demon shapes crawled in the flickering light, half seen, half imagined. They whispered through vox channels, promising, taunting, laughing. Varron ordered the firing of demolition charges as if he were still in a loyal engine room. a man doing a hard job in a harsh world. He did not allow himself to think too long about what the blast would unleash. The ship would die. That was enough. As they withdrew under fire, shots ricocheting off his armor, he caught a glimpse through a rent in the hull. Outside, in the orbital shadow of Mars, dockyards vomited monsters, ship hulls half completed, their skeletons exposed, lifted from scaffolds on plumes of raw energy, their plating still glowing hot. War engines rolled from manufactorum mouths, their tracks tearing up cracked ferrocrete as they headed toward launch rails. Swarms of attack craft poured from hangars, their machine spirits screaming in frequencies that made Varen's teeth ache even through his helm. The Forge world was coughing up its nightmares as fast as Kelbahal could drag them from the forges. Extraction, Varen, voxed. Charges set. We are done here. They blew the enemy cruiser out from within. The explosion lit the void around it, a flower of dirty flame that battered nearby ships and tore more debris into the packed killing field. It was one ship among many. It did not shift any great balance, but it was one less weapon available to Mars. Through all this, the Fortress of Eternity burned. The flagship was an old vessel, even by the standards of the age, its hull layered in armor and artillery, its silhouette a moving citadel. It anchored the line on the side facing away from Terra, where the pressure from Kelbor Hal's upward thrusting fleets and the descending reinforcements was heaviest. Cambodiaz turned that ancient mass into an anvil. Traitor ships smashed themselves against its void shields, their guns hammering at the same sections again and again. The shields flared, dimmed, flared again as power was fed into them from auxiliary reactors. Armor peeled away in plates, under sustained bombardment. Whole gun decks were torn open, their crews vented into space. Still the Fortress of Eternity held station, shearing hulls off ships that tried to ram, returning fire with every weapon that still functioned. Keep your prow pointed at them, Cambodiaz told his helmsman. We are the rock they break against. Do not flinch. The helmsman nodded, jaw clenched, knuckles white on controls. The ship shuddered as another wave of impacts rolled along its spine. For a moment, Cambodiaz thought they might hold, thought they might actually blunt the Dark Mechanicum's charge, crush Kelbor Hal's thrust, while the reinforcements from beyond the system were still massing. Then the Phalanx came, and for a brief, dangerous span of moments, hope became something more than madness. The Phalanx moved into Martian orbit like a second moon. It emerged from Terra's shadow, its immense bulk blotting out the stars, its engines a steady, ominous glow. It was not a ship in the way that other vessels were ships. It was a fortress monolith, a relic of the early Imperium and perhaps even older times, a chunk of city and bastion and gun turret, dragged from the cradle of humanity and turned into a void-born citadel. Its hull bristled with weaponry. Macro batteries sat in rows like the teeth of a predator. Lance turrets stood atop spires that made lesser battle barges look small. Defense turrets and point defense arrays bristled along every accessible plane. In the Barb Bastion, the strategium's hololiths adjusted to accommodate this new presence. Symbols representing the Phalanx's fire arcs overlapped half the Martian theater. Its arrival rewrote the equations of the battle. On its command dais, Rogel Dorn stood, flanked by his captains and advisors. Mars filled the primary display. The blockade hung below the Phalanx like a necklace of embattled gems. "We are late," Dorn said. "You are here," replied Jagatai Khan, standing at his side. "That is what matters." The Khan was a contrast to his brother, tall and lean where Dorn was block-carved, hair long and dark, armor white and gold, marked with the curved sigils of the 5th Legion. His eyes were sharp, restless, taking in the hololithic projections with a hunter's quick appraisal. "Kelbor Hal has overreached," Jagatai continued. "He pushes up from Mars while his allies push down from above. He commits his strength on two fronts at once. The blockade holds longer than it should already. With the Phalanx here, with our legions, we can crush him between hammer and anvil. Dorn's gaze remained on the swirling representation of the battle. For the moment, the Praetorian said, the War Master's main armada is still beyond the edge of our augurs. We could use this window to break Kelbor Hal's back, yes. There is no could, Jagatai said. There was wolfish enthusiasm in his tone, but also cold tactical sense. This is the moment, Rogel. Every time we have fought him so far, we have been reacting. Here, with this fortress at the heart of our line, we can strike. For once, we can be the ones to choose the ground. Ground, Dorn echoed, a fleeting hint of wryness in his voice as he looked at the sea of void symbols. You mean the sky? Void, ground, does it matter? Jagatai replied. It is a battlefield. Kelbor Hal thinks like a magos. He believes he can calculate his way to victory. Show him that his numbers are wrong. Dorn did not answer at once. He listened as data flowed in from the outer auger nets. He saw the traitor reinforcements still pouring down from above, saw the thrusts from Mars, saw the strain on Camba Diaz's blockade. Very well, he said at last. We commit. The Phalanx will enter the line. We stabilize Mars. Then we pivot and we take Luna back in our hands. The War Master will arrive to find his assets here burned. The Phalanx's guns woke. Massive barrels that had been silent since the siege of Phal and the wars beyond roared into life. Broadside batteries spat storms of shells into the descending traitor fleets, tearing cruisers apart like paper. Lances linked up in blinding chains, cutting through formation after formation. Whole cohorts of enemy escorts vanished in instants. Beneath that storm, Camba Diaz's battered ships found breathing room. The fortress of Eternity's shield surged back from the edge of failure as some of the pressure was lifted. Signal from the Phalanx, reported Camba Diaz's Vox officer, awe threading his words. Lord Dorn extends his command protocols across the blockade. Accept, Camba Diaz said, and send him my compliments. Tell him he arrived just in time to steal a glorious death from me. Farther out, beyond Mars's orbit, a different war moved. Abaddon's mixed armada slid over the galactic disk, their vectors bent to bring them in above Terra's plane, not at Mars, but at Luna. Sons of Horus hulls flew alongside Thousand Suns, scarab-marked ships, word-bearer vessels marked with scripture, Dark Mechanicum constructs that moved like wounds in space. White scars under Jubal Khan harried them. Fast, lean warships darted in from unexpected vectors, lances flaring, torpedoes streaking out. Boarding craft slammed into trailing traitor vessels, disgorging white scars into howling close-quarter fights. Then, as Abaddon brought his heavier guns to bear, the scars were gone, their engines flaring white as they slipped away, leaving wreckage in their wake. They could not stop him. They could slow him. They could force him to bleed time and hulls on the way in. On an arc between Venus and Terra, the comet turned on its slow, unnatural course. It had once been a simple way station, a hollowed rock set on a carefully calculated orbit to ease the burden of logistics between the inner planets. Now its lights burned red. Ahriman walked its corridors as if he had always owned them. The sorcerer of the Thousand Suns moved in armor covered in glyphs, his every step ringing on metal that echoed with distant ghostly whispers. Word-bearer cultists trailed in his wake, their robes stained dark, their hands slick with the results of their devotions. The main chamber had been a cargo hold once. Now it was a temple. The walls were covered in circuits traced in blood, their shapes following patterns that mapped not to any circuitry known to tech priests, but to constellations only visible from certain points in the system at certain times. The floor was a circle of carved sigils, each one a name or a title or a supplication. In the center, bound to an improvised altar made from repurposed loading machinery and broken Vox arrays, lay the sacrifices. Prisoners taken from raided convoys, loyal crew captured when the comet had fallen. Some had already died, their blood drained into channels that fed into the greater pattern. Others still lived, bound and gagged, their eyes wide as they watched the rite unfold. Ahriman stood at the heart of it, staff planted on the deck, his helm removed to reveal a face that might once have been scholarly and calm, now drawn taut with fierce purpose. He spoke words that were not any tongue of men, his voice rising and falling in cadences that made the air itself seem to shiver. Around him, the word-bearers answered with their own litanies, filling the chamber with a roar of prayer. Outside, the stars wheeled. The comet's orbit brought it into a particular alignment between the Sun, Venus, Terra, and the greater galactic plane. In that moment, lines of force that no Mechanicus augur could ever chart intersected. Ahriman reached for those lines with his mind and his sorcery. He hooked them into his pattern of blood and circuitry, bending them, drawing them taut. Reality thinned. Back at Mars, Camber Diaz felt none of that. His world was fire and impact, the grind of attrition against Kelbor Hal's uprising and the descending armada. The Phalanx's guns had shifted the tide, yes, but not ended the battle. The Dark Mechanicum's ships still clawed upward, their hulls shedding ruins, but their drives burning. "Lord Siege Master," said his flag captain, voice strained, "we are reaching overload thresholds on our main reactor cores. Several of our sister ships have already popped safety seals. They risk core breaches if they keep feeding the shields and guns at this rate." "If they stop," Camber Diaz said, "they die under enemy fire instead. There is no safe outcome." He looked at the Fortress of Eternity's own status runes. They were bleeding red. Armor integrity down. Shield capacity cycling dangerously low between reinforcement surges. Crew casualty reports piling up in the corner of his display like small, neat obituaries that he had no time to read. "We can pull back behind the Phalanx," the flag captain suggested. "Use its mass and firepower as a shield. Preserve our hulls for the battle to come over Terra." Camber Diaz looked at the projection of his ship's position. The Fortress of Eternity sat like a wedge in the line, its prow almost brushing the edge of Mars' gravity well. Beyond it, the Phalanx loomed, drawing fire that would have annihilated a dozen lesser ships. "If we pull back," Camber Diaz said slowly, "the gap we leave will be one the enemy can exploit. Kelbor Hal's ships will surge into it. The Phalanx will have to shift to plug it, exposing some other weakness. Every wall we move now makes another wall thin. We cannot afford that." He knew the calculus of siege as well as any imperial fist. Sometimes a bastion had to stand and be broken so that those behind it could have time to prepare. "We stay," he said. "The Fortress of Eternity holds this line until she dies. Transmit to all decks. This is the anvil. The War Master's creatures are the hammer. Between the two, we will break some of them before we are crushed." His crew did not cheer. They were too tired for that. They simply acknowledged, each in their own way, and went back to their instruments, their guns, their prayers. The Fortress of Eternity shuddered as new salvos raked across her hull. One of her major turrets exploded, a tower of fire punching into space as its ammunition cooked off. The ship lurched, then steadied. Her prow remained pointed at the enemy. On the comet, Ahriman reached the end of his incantation. Blood ran along the carved channels in the floor, flowing into the central sigil. The prisoners on the altar screamed or gurgled as blades rose and fell. The word-bearers howled praises to the gods they had bound themselves to. Outside, the stars seemed to flicker. A jagged blackness opened in the air above the altar. It was not a hole in the hull. No atmosphere rushed out. It was a wound in reality itself, edges writhing with colors that had no names. Cold poured from it, and heat, and a sense of pressure that had nothing to do with gravity. Ahriman smiled, eyes reflecting the impossible light. "I can feel them," he whispered. "They are ready." In the immaterium, where concepts had flesh and thoughts had teeth, legions of demons turned their attention toward that new weakness. Traitor Astartes made pacts in the shadows of impossible architectures, their armor daubed with fresh sigils, their eyes glowing with borrowed power. The path was not yet open, not fully, but it was weakening. The fabric between realities thinned, stretched by the ritual, by the blood spilled at the right place and time. On Mars, guns thundered. In orbit, ships died under the combined fury of Kelborhal's uprising and Cambidias's blockade. On the Phalanx, Rogel Dorn watched the data scroll and measured out his responses with ruthless precision. None of them yet saw the comet as anything more than a captured way station. The fourth sphere burned, and in its heart a crack had begun to form that would let a greater darkness through. Luna hung above Terra like a crown of guns. In the dark between worlds, the moon's pale disk was nearly lost behind the halo of metal that encircled it. Stations as large as cities drifted in carefully calculated orbits linked by fields of overlapping fire. Bastion rings, studded with lance spires and macro battery nests, wrapped Luna in layered belts. Dock fortresses, armored and sealed, bristled with turrets. Void shields overlapped, forming a shell so dense that no auger could see cleanly through it. It was more firepower than many expeditionary fleets had ever seen. Whole crusades had been waged with fewer guns. On every gun deck, at every Auspex console, men and women of the Imperium stood at their posts. Some traced the sign of the Aquila on their breastplates, lips moving in hurried prayers. Others simply checked their charge feeds, their ammunition counts, their targeting, runes, fingers steady. They all knew what Luna was now. The last wall in the void. Far out beyond the orbital ring, a different light crawled closer. Jubal Khan's fleet rode that darkness like hunting beasts. White Scar's warships, hulls painted a stark white that glimmered faintly in the scattered light of Sol, moved in loose, predatory formations. They had no patience for rigid battle lines. Their pattern was fluid, shifting, designed to wrong-foot any augur that tried to predict their paths. On the bridge of the Lance of Heaven, Jubal Khan watched the enemy grow. He wore white armor marked with storm sigils, his features carved in the rugged lines of the steppe world that had birthed him. His hair was braided back, dark against the pallor of his skin. His eyes were narrow, fixed on the holotank where Abaddon's mixed armada advanced. Sons of Horus ships led the pack, their green hulls like blades of dark glass. Behind them came vessels of the Thousand Suns and Word. Bearers. Dark Mechanicum constructs that crawled through space, as if it were viscous, their wakes smeared with strange residue. Escort clouds buzzed around them, small and vicious. "See how he comes," Jubal murmured, straight and arrogant. His bridge crew glanced at one another, at the hololithic projections that showed Abaddon's force as a tight spearhead. "He wants Luna," Jubal said, "so we will make him bleed for every kilometer. Signal the thirds. We strike the tail. We vanish before his claws close." The White Scar's fleet moved as one. Destroyers and light cruisers flared their engines, swinging out on wide arcs. They cut across the back of Abaddon's formation, lances stabbing into exposed flanks, torpedoes snarling into vulnerable escort packs. A troop carrier exploded in a blossom of torn hull, and bodies vented into the void. A Dark Mechanicum monitor lost its forward shields to a sudden barrage, its hull ventilated by fire before it could bring its heavy weapons to bear. Then, before Abaddon's heavy guns could track them, the White Scars were gone. Engines burned bright, throwing their ships out to the edge of the traitor's firing envelope, into pre-laid paths seeded with mines. Lured by anger and wounded pride, some of Abaddon's captains pursued. They drove their damaged vessels into those fields, triggering searing chains of detonations. Mind spirits woke and sang their last songs, tearing at hulls already bleeding. Again and again Jubal's fleet struck, harrying and cutting, never letting the War Master's lieutenant settle into a clean advance. In Abaddon's strategium, the air was sour with the scent of incense burned to choking and the faint metallic tang of recycled atmosphere. Hololithic runes showed the ebb and flow of his formation. White marks flared where ships died under the White Scar's teeth. "They nip and run," growled a World Eater captain, his scarred face twisted in contempt. "Let me break formation and run them down." "Break formation and watch them cut you apart, ship by ship," Abaddon answered. His voice was controlled, but there was a hard edge beneath it. "The Khan's sons are wolves. You do not chase wolves into the dark. You burn the forest instead." He studied the lines for a moment longer, then spoke a new command. "Bring us closer to their flagship," he said. "The Lance of Heaven. They think themselves beyond reach. We will show them otherwise. Prepare boarding cadres. Zardu." The name was answered by a whisper from the shadows near the strategium's edge. Zardu Lyak stepped forward, word-bearer robes hanging in spiteful mockery of priestly garb. His armor was the red of dried blood, his eyes lit with the maladept joy of a man who had given himself to forces beyond sanity. "We will need a path," Abaddon said. "I will make one," Zardu answered, lips curving in something that was not a smile, so much as the memory of one. They struck when the Lance of Heaven dove in for another harassment run. White Scar's destroyers lanced forward, cutting at the edges of Abaddon's vanguard. The flagship followed at a more measured pace, its own guns ready to add a disciplined barrage when the moment came. On the traitor side, a cluster of ships shifted. Sons of Horus escorts slid aside, opening a gap in their screen. In that gap, the battle barge War Oath loomed, its prow pointed like an accusing finger. For a heartbeat, the two flagships crossed paths at range, exchange of lance fire painting the void between them. Shields flared, absorbing the first probing strikes. Then, on the bridge of the Lance of Heaven, warning runes screamed. "Teleportation spikes," cried an adept. "Multiple." Jubal Khan did not hesitate. "Boarding drill," he snapped. "Section 5 and 6 with me. Seal the outer compartments. Kill anything that is not ours." They were still moving when the world bent. Teleport flares lit the main corridor outside the Lance of Heaven's strategium. Green armored figures materialized in crackling halos of displaced air, boots slamming into the deck. Sons of Horus, black-trimmed, weapons ready. At their head strode Abaddon. He was a towering presence, even among his brothers, his armor a fortress of green and black edged in gold. The eye of Horus glared from his breast, burning with a light that was not entirely reflected lumen. To his flank, Zardu Lyak flickered in and out of shadow, the air around him crawling with whispered names and distant, half-heard laughter. "Forward," Abaddon said, and the assault flooded into the White Scar's heart. Jubal met them blade in hand. The corridor that linked the strategium to the rest of the ship became a killing ground in an instant. Bolter fire thundered, rounds punching into bulkheads, detonating in bursts of shrapnel and blood. Chain blades snarled as warriors met at arm's length. White Scars fought with the savage grace of riders, their movements fluid even in the cramped steel hall. They darted in and out of reach, blades flickering, cutting at joints and weak points. Sons of Horus pressed back with the brutal weight of line troops, shields raised, firing in tight, disciplined bursts. Jubal cut down one traitor, then another, his curved blade tracing arcs of killing silver. He moved into the heart of the melee, seeking the black and green tower that was Abaddon. He found him a dozen spans deeper in, the War Master's chosen wading forward through the blood of his own fallen, mace in one hand, power sword in the other. "Abaddon," Jubal called. The other warrior turned, helm lenses fixing on him. "Khan," Abaddon said. "Not the one I wanted." but you will do." They came together in a clash that shook the corridor. Jubal's blade cut for Abaddon's throat, slipped aside at the last instant by a raised vambrace. Abaddon's mace slammed down, the head of it a blur of crackling force. Jubal caught it on his own weapon, both arms jarring with the impact. Around them, the fight surged and ebbed. The White Scar's numbers were thinning. Every slain warrior was a blade less when the time came to break away. Abaddon's Justerin pressed in, black hulks forcing the riders back, step by brutal step. Zardu Layak watched, whispering as he traced sigils in the blood spatter on the walls. Demon motes flickered in his wake, gnawing at fallen flesh. Jubal cut, thrust, parried. He felt the edge of fatigue creeping into his limbs. There was no room here for the speed of the open star or the wide step. Only this brutally confined dance. Abaddon adapted. He had fought every legion across the long crusade. He knew the rhythms of their war. He forced Jubal into tighter engagements, hammering down his guard with the mace, probing for the opening that would end it. It came when a stray bolt round, fired by a dying Justerin, clipped Jubal's pauldron. The impact turned him a fraction, threw off his own strike by less than the breadth of a fingernail. It was enough. Abaddon's sword bit in under the raised guard, sliding between plating, rendering ceramite and flesh. Jubal felt the blade punch into his side, cold and hot at once. He snarled, drove his own weapon forward, scoring a line across Abaddon's breastplate that would scar the warlord's armor for a long time to come. They locked there for a heartbeat, both wounded, blood mixing on the deck. "Run!" Jubal growled to the warriors behind him. "Lance of Heaven is lost. Get clear. Carry word to the Khan." They did not want to. Their instincts were to die where their lord fell. But they were White Scars, and they knew that speed and survival could be weapons too. They broke, in ragged squads, falling back down side corridors, some carving paths to evacuation bays, others to secondary command nodes. Abaddon tore his blade free. Jubal Khan, son of the 5th Legion, commander of the Lance of Heaven, sagged to his knees. He tried to rise once more, to bring his sword up, but his strength was gone. He saw the distant curve of Terra's grey-blue horizon through a small viewing port, and for an instant he thought of open skies and the taste of dust on the wind. Abaddon's mace crashed down. The Lance of Heaven burned. Her engines died, her hull vented atmosphere in ragged plumes. Fires spread, uncontrolled. The great White Scar's flagship drifted, a wounded animal in the void, then began to fall, drawn inexorably toward the pale bulk of Luna. The White Scar's void presence over the inner system died with her. Far from that carnage, the comet reached its appointed place. In the temple hold at its heart, Ahriman raised his staff as the last of the prisoners died on the altar. Blood ran along the carved channels, completing the pattern he had inscribed with circuitry and corpse. The alignment was perfect. Venus, Terra, the Sun, the galactic plane, all stood in the right relationship, lines of invisible force crossing at the comet's location. Ahriman seized those lines with his mind, his will, his sorcery. He knotted them through the blood-etched sigils, through the chanting word-bearer litanies, through the screams that still echoed in the air. Reality bent. Outside, between Venus and Terra, the light dimmed. It was not an eclipse. It was as if space itself had been smeared with something that drank starlight. A darkness formed, not the absence of illumination, but the presence of a wound. From Terra, 1,000 astropaths shrieked and clawed at their own faces. The Emperor's tarot twisted, cards flipping of their own accord, symbols bleeding into one another. On battle decks and bridge towers, men looked up through armored viewports and felt a cold finality crawl up their spines as the sun's brilliance dulled by a fraction more than it should have. The black scar in space pulsed. The war oath answered. Abaddon stepped once more onto his own battle barge, the blood of White Scars still drying on his armor. He walked through corridors that rang with the clangor of preparation. The ship's crew moved with frantic purpose, sacred oils and seals replaced with crude sigils and daubed runes. At the prow, he stood, eyes fixed on the hollow projection of Luna's defense ring. It was formidable. It was meant to be impregnable. Great bastion stations linked by chains of steel and fire, void-sheathed, bristling with the accumulated wrath of 1,000 forges. Against that, the war oath was one ship that would not survive what he was about to ask of her. "Lock the drives open," Abaddon said. His captains hesitated, just for a moment. It was one thing to speak of sacrifice, another to give a ship to the fire. "Lord, if we ram the ring, we blow open a wound no orbital can heal before the main host arrives," Abaddon cut across him. "The War Master does not care how many ships he spends here, neither should you. Lock the drives." The order went out. Safeties were overridden. Machine spirits howled in binary as their containment litanies were stripped away. The War Oath's engines burned hotter and brighter than they had ever been meant to. The ship lunged forward. Luna's guns found her at once. Lances speared toward her prow. Macro shells hammered into her shields. Her armor peeled and blackened. Compartments ruptured, spilling crew into hard vacuum. Fire raged along her flanks. Still she came. Inside, in the teleportation chambers, Abaddon's Justerins stood in perfect ranks, weapons ready. Zardu Layak paced along their front, muttering, placing his hand for a moment on helm or pauldron, leaving traces of warp taint that flickered like fever heat. "First wave," Abaddon said. "With me." The teleport runes flared. The War Oath hurtled toward the lunar defense ring, a burning spear aimed at a chain of stations that had never known fear. The ring's stations shifted fire. Void batteries that had been raking at other targets realigned, focusing their fury onto the oncoming barge. The War Oath's prow vanished under a storm of hits. Her forward decks blew apart, cast off in fragments. Her drives did not falter. She hit the defense ring like a planet. The impact tore through layered armor and void shield, through hab decks and gun galleries, through reactor housings and mag clamps. For a single heartbeat, the colossal station and the dying warship shared the impossible strain. Then both went. The explosion ripped the ring open. Fire blossomed across kilometers of structure. Armor plates, some the size of city blocks, were flung outward, spinning. Whole bastions sheared free, trailing wreckage. Internal magazines cooked off in sequence. A chain of secondary blasts spreading like cracks through glass. Where once there had been an unbroken girdle of guns, there was now a ragged, smoking gap, tens of kilometers wide. Abaddon and his Justerin were no longer aboard the War Oath. They materialized amid the wreckage of the station they had just killed, teleport beacons still hot from the proximity of the blast. They stood on decks that slanted at impossible angles, gravity fields spasming. Flames licked through torn walls. Bodies drifted past, still in harness, eyes wide and frozen. "Forward," Abaddon said. They moved, black shapes against the chaos, carving a path deeper into Luna's wounded shell. The wound in the lunar ring was not the only one opened that day. The black scar birthed by the comet flexed. Space tore. From that tear, the rest of the War Master's war poured in. World Eater's ships surged forth first, as if eager to be unleashed. Their hulls were red and brass, their vox channels already clogged with howls. Thousand Suns vessels followed more sedately, their hulls marked with arcane sigils that glowed in the warp light. Emperor's Children cruisers slid through with obscene grace, their prows adorned with gilded figureheads, their weapons arrays singing with lethal precision. Behind and between them came others, traitor Imperial Army flotillas, Dark Mechanicum constructs whose forms defied tidy classification, pirate squadrons and renegade chapters, tens of thousands of hulls, all vomiting forth from a single wrongness in space. Among them, Demons flew. They were not ships in any human sense. Some were winged shadows that cast no light, moving at impossible angles. Others were hulks of bone and fire that swam through the void as if it were water. They clustered around the traitor fleet like a storm of carrion birds around an army on the march. At their head came the Primarchs. One vessel, vast and terrible, bore Fulgrim, his ship's flanks alive with twisted art and tortured forms. Another carried Angron, its prow a spiked crown, its escort cloud thick with assault craft already baying for blood. Above them all, like a black heart at the center of a necrotic body, the vengeful spirit emerged. Horus Lupercal's flagship slid from the wound in space like a nightmare rising from a deep well. Its hull was night, its guns glowing like malevolent stars. The eye blazed on its prow. Battlefleet Solar moved to meet them. Caius Varron stood once more at a viewport, knuckles white on the rim as the last grand fleet of Sol charged. Luna's remaining stations and bastions, some still reeling from the War Oath's suicidal strike, hurled their fire outward. Macro batteries fired until barrels glowed. Lances lashed out, stabbing into the oncoming tide, trying to pick out priority targets in a sky that was nothing but enemies. Solar Navy battleships, their names laden with the histories of countless prior campaigns, advanced with shields flaring. They fired in volleys, their broadsides like the rolling thunder of gods at war. Escorts darted among them, screens trying to catch, torpedoes and assault craft in their nets. For a few desperate minutes, it was a battle, not a slaughter. Then numbers told. World Eater's ships plowed through fire that would have turned lesser fleets aside, engines burning indifferent to casualties. Thousand Suns' lances cut through shield harmonics with surgical precision, tearing open vulnerabilities no sane theory should have exposed. Emperor's Children torpedoes threaded impossible paths, guided by maddened machine spirits and unclean song. Demons descended on ships that had never been meant to fight things without mass, claws scraping at shields, talons sliding through armor that could not decide whether it existed here or elsewhere. A Solar Navy cruiser took a barrage meant for the Phalanx, her hull crumpling, her reactor going critical. As she died, her final flare blinded 3 of her sister ships' augers. In that heartbeat of darkness, boarding pods rained out of the traitor swarm, hammering into hulls all along the line. On Varron's tactical slate, ships died too fast for their names to be spoken. Icons flared white, then red, then black. Vox channels cut off mid-sentence. One moment a cruiser was reporting shield strain, the next, silence. A destroyer's last transmission was a scream cut short as something tore through its bridge. A Solar Auxilia troopship carrying survivors from Jupiter and Mars vanished under a wave of fire without ever letting off a shot. It stopped being a battle and became a beating. "Orders," Varron's tribune asked, voice raw. Varron stared at the display for a heartbeat longer, then forced himself to look away. "We do what we have always done," he said. "We hold as long as we can. We kill what we can. Then we run if we can. Transmit to all batteries. Fire at will. Target the nearest threats. No saving munitions for tomorrow. There may not be a tomorrow." They watched whole fleets erased in minutes. One station that had held the outer rim of Luna's ring since before the heresy took a combined lance barrage from 3 traitor battleships and simply ceased to exist. Its ruin drifted, a glowing cloud that battered nearby hulls. Another bastion fought on with half its guns destroyed, its crew refusing to trigger scuttle charges until enemy boarding parties were already in its core. It ended the way all things ended in this war, in blood and silence. On Luna's surface, the betrayal took a quieter form. Selena Gene laboratories, carved into the moon's bedrock, had once been cathedrals to science. Here in secret, the Emperor's artisans had crafted the gene template of the legions, refining and perfecting it. Since the schism of Mars, Those labs had been ordered to stand ready to destroy their secrets, rather than see them fall to treachery. Matriarch Heliosa 78 stood in the central vault, surrounded by banks of preservation tanks and gene altars. Her face was a mask of porcelain and metal, her body mostly mechanoid. Her eyes, though, were still human, and they were tired. Vox relays shook with distant impacts as traitor forces pushed through the broken ring and fell upon the lunar surface. Justarin drop pods slammed into the grey regolith, disgorging black-armored killers. Word-bearers followed, chanting, their banners whipping in the thin atmosphere. Abaddon and Zardu-Layak came for the labs in person. They descended through corridors already choked with bodies, walls scarred by gunfire and chain-blade marks. Defense servitors lay in heaps where they had been cut apart or turned against their masters. The last Selenar guardians died at the doors to the vault, their augmented bodies torn to pieces by bolter fire. The gene vault doors opened at Heliosa's command. She stood before them, flanked by a handful of surviving attendants. There was no point in running. There was nowhere to go that the Justarin could not reach. Matriarch, Abaddon said. His voice was almost respectful. Even traitors knew the value of what she guarded. You were ordered to purge these vaults, Zardu-Layak murmured, eyes lingering on the tanks and data altars behind her. To burn the work of your master rather than see it in new hands. Heliosa's gaze flicked to him, then back to Abaddon. If I destroy it, she said slowly, it dies forever. The Emperor's sons will be the last of their kind. There will be no more Astartes, no more legions. The work that began here will be a relic, a memory, not a living thing. Her voice was flat. It might have been a recitation. If I give it to you, she continued, it survives. Twisted, perhaps, corrupted by this rebellion of yours, but it survives. The art, the knowledge. The legions will live on in the War Master's image, Abaddon said. Heliosa nodded, as if that settled something inside her. So be it, she said. The Emperor abandoned this work long ago. He left it buried in the moon, and never came back. You remembered it. You came for it. There is a kind of logic in that. She stepped aside. He told you to burn it, Zardu said. You choose treachery instead. I choose continuity over oblivion, Heliosa replied. You of all people should understand the hunger to see your creed endure. Zardu laughed quietly. Abaddon stepped past her into the vaults. He saw the flickering tanks, the gene seed rows, the data shrines. He saw the culmination of the Emperor's greatest project, still alive in glass and sigil. This will serve, he said. Above Luna, the Phalanx turned. Dorn watched Luna's ring collapse in real time. Station after station went dark. The gap torn by the war oath yawned wider as secondary detonations rippled along the chain. Battlefleet Solar's icons were disappearing faster than new data could catch up. He had committed the Phalanx to Mars and had broken Kelbor Hal's thrust, but it meant he was not yet over Luna. When Abaddon's blow fell, and the warp tear vomited the War Master's full might into the inner system. Now he swung the fortress monolith toward the moon, engines burning, guns ready. By the time we reach them, a Vox officer said, barely audible, there may be nothing left to save. We go anyway, Dorn said. We cannot cede Luna without a fight. If there are any bastions still ours when we arrive, we will anchor on them. If there are none, we will make our own. He knew, even as he said it, that this was likely an act of defiance more than of strategy. The data coming in painted a picture of near total loss. The War Master's fleets were already pushing past Luna, some elements sweeping in toward Terra, others drawing up to secure the moon as a forward base. The Phalanx's guns spoke as soon as they were in range. They tore apart a vanguard of traitor escorts. They crippled a World Eater's cruiser, leaving it tumbling, atmosphere venting in great plumes. They burned a gap through a cluster of demon-ridden constructs, their unholy forms boiling away under sheer brute firepower. It did not change the fact that Luna was already gone. By the time the Phalanx's massive bulk loomed over the moon, the once mighty defense ring was a ruin of drifting wreckage. Broken stations spun slowly, venting streams of glowing debris. Shattered bastions tumbled, their gun tiers silent. Here and there, pockets of resistance still flickered, but they were isolated and doomed. On the grey surface below, drop pod impact scars pocked the regolith. Trails of black smoke marked where bombardment had struck. Armored figures moved across the plain in neat, disciplined formations, just staring in their black plate, word-bearers bearing warped scripture on their armor, Dark Mechanicum cohorts rolling obscene engines toward newly secured bastions. Luna, the fifth sphere, Terra's shield and honored satellite, lay under enemy feet, in the upper atmosphere of Terra. The first fingers of warp storm licked at the sky. They were faint at first, strange colors along the edge of the aurora belts, brief flashes of lightning that had no root in the planet's own weather systems. Astropaths huddled in their spires, feeling the pressure of a growing storm, the taste of copper and ash on their tongues. From the palace walls, if one had the eyes to see far enough, one could look up and see the moon, once a familiar comfort, wreathed now in fire and crawling with hostile banners. The last wall in the void had fallen. The war was coming home. The Phalanx stood between Terra and the end. The fortress monolith drifted above the throne world like a shard of some older, harsher age, a citadel ripped from planetary bedrock and wrapped in armor, turned outward to stare down the void. Its flanks were cliffs of adamant, studded with bastions and lance spires. Macro batteries sat in rows like the teeth of a predator. Dock caverns yawned along its undersides, swallowing and birthing ships as small as frigates and as large as battle barges. Now, every lumen strip burned red. Warning runes crawled across bulkhead cogitator screens. Void shield harmonics sang in a constant strained bellow through the station's bones. Every deck had been fortified, every corridor reworked into a kill zone. Barricades of plasteel and ceramite blocked side passages. Fields of fire overlapped. Heavy weapons had been dragged into shrine halls and muster bays, set up to rake approaching choke points. Outside, the sky was full of enemies. Traitor formations coiled around Terra's orbit, their hull lights burning like carrion stars. Sons of Horus cruisers kept station at measured distances, lance arrays trained on the Phalanx. Iron warriors' ships, scarred and blunt, drifted alongside Dark Mechanicum constructs that crawled through space like iron parasites. World Eaters and Emperor's Children vessels prowled in smaller packs, eager for any hint of weakness. It was not yet the full tightening of the noose. Horus's flagship still hung back, its silhouette a shadow deeper than the void. But the War Master's lieutenants had advanced as far as they dared. The Phalanx blocked their path to direct orbital dominance. As long as it lived, they could not stand over the palace with impunity. On the command bastion, Rogel Dorn watched the enemy dance around his fortress and adjusted firing orders with the precision of a master mason, placing the last bricks in a wall. Squadron Helios will fall back a span, he said, indicating a cluster of escort craft that drifted near one of the Phalanx's starboard bastions. Draw the World Eater's ships in another measure. Make them come closer if they want the kill. Signals pulsed. Through hidden galleries and buried Vox towers, orders cascaded. Small craft shifted, engines flaring. A trio of World Eater's raiders took the bait, burning in on savage vectors. They crossed an invisible threshold, and a dozen turrets that had been still as statues woke. Lances and macro fire stitched the void and cut them apart. The command bastion shook, just perceptibly, as the Phalanx's guns spoke. "This is not where he wants us," murmured Jagatai Khan, who stood near the hololith, arms folded. "Horus would rather you were shackled entirely to the palace. Instead, You stand here and turn his approach into a knife fight." "He will make it a knife fight soon enough," Dorn said. "He cannot allow the Phalanx to survive into the final assault. It would rake his flanks raw. All the more reason to enjoy the look on his face while he still has a fleet to lose," Jagatai replied. Dorn did not smile. His gaze remained locked on the patterns of hostile and friendly runes. His mind weighed tonnage, trajectories, fuel reserves, ammunition stocks. He did not look toward Terra's curve, though he could feel its pull through the deck. On a much smaller vessel, stealing its way through the ragged space between traitor pickets and loyal guns, a woman watched that same curve grow. Mercedes Ollerton pressed a hand to the armored glass of the shuttle's tiny viewport and stared at Terra. Even from this distance, it dominated everything. A swirl of blue and white and brown, bands of cloud like brushstrokes over the continents. Above it, like an iron halo, the broken remains of Luna's defense ring and the hovering mass of the Phalanx. "It is different," she said quietly. Gaviel Loken, seated opposite her in the cramped compartment, tilted his head. "How?" he asked. "It feels like a tomb," Mercedes said. "When I saw it last, it was alive. Ships coming and going in steady streams. Light on the night side that was not fire. Now look at it." He did. Wreckage fields glittered where orbital stations had been shattered. Lines of debris marked where ships had died and begun their slow, decaying spirals. Luna, a grey scar in the background, crawled with faint pinpricks of hostile lumens. "It is not dead yet," Loken said. "We are not dead yet. As long as Dorn stands, as long as the Phalanx holds—" He did not finish. The words tasted brittle in his mouth. Mercedes looked at him. There was tiredness in her eyes that had not been there when she had once walked among warriors as a remembrancer, chronicling victories. Now the set of her mouth carried the knowledge of too many defeats. "You are certain he will see me," she said. "He has seen stranger things these past months than a remembrancer hitching a ride on a stolen shuttle," Loken replied. "And you say you carry something he must see." Mercedes' hand, the one not touching the glass, flexed unconsciously near her chest. For a heartbeat, something seemed to tighten in the air between her ribs and spine. She suppressed a shiver. "I have a message," she said, "and a warning." Loken nodded. He did not press. Malagurst's old games and the currents of warp-touched intrigue were things he trusted less than he trusted the air recyclers. But he had learned that information, however tainted its origin, could not be ignored now. The shuttle slid into one of the Phalanx's smaller hangar bays under codes provided by those same half-trusted channels. Docking clamps thudded home, air cycled, ramps dropped. The first steps into the fortress smelled of oil, incense, and the faint metallic sting of ozone from nearby defense grids. Mercedes followed Loken through armored corridors, escorted by a squad of Imperial fists whose eyes never left them. The weight of the place pressed down, the mass of stone and metal, the density of fortifications, the way every archway had concealed gun slits, every crossing extra thickness of armor underfoot. At some point, as they passed from one sector into the next, the tug under Mercedes' sternum became a constant, gnawing ache. In the depths of her, beneath flesh and bone and augmetic implant, something woke. Years before, on a different ship, Malaghurst the Twisted had smiled at her in a quiet corridor. He had spoken softly, soothingly, words of apology and explanation. His touch on her shoulder had been light. The thing he had left inside her had been lighter still. An eye that was not an eye, a seed. It had grown in shadow, fed by proximity to war, to psychers, to the raw psychic pressure of a galaxy tearing itself apart. Now, within the heart of the Phalanx and under the looming gaze of Terra, the seed ruptured. It began as a whisper in her ear, though there was no one there. Mercedes. She stumbled. Loken turned, hand going to the hilt of his sword. "Mercedes," he said. "What is it?" She tried to answer, and instead gagged on a mouthful of cold nothing. Her vision blurred. For a heartbeat, the corridor seemed to lurch sideways, walls bending at impossible angles, lumen strips smearing into long, dripping lines of color. The voice in her head grew louder. "Mercedes, I have been waiting." She dropped to her knees. The imperial fists around her raised their weapons, unsure of what they were seeing. To their eyes she convulsed, hands clawing at her own throat as if trying to tear something out. Her skin shone where veins darkened beneath it, tracing patterns that did not match any human anatomy. Then her chest split open, not with the rip of flesh and bone that true wounds made, but as if reality itself had made a small, ugly mistake in the shape of her. Lines of light tore down her torso, then peeled apart, revealing not organs, but a blackness that went down forever. From that wound, something stepped. It took the suggestion of a shape as it emerged, drawing form from the minds of those who saw it. A hulking outline, edges blurred, flickering between horned silhouette and void-clad warrior, between monstrous beast and armored man. Its presence slammed into the corridor like a furnace. Blast of cold. "Samus," it whispered, in a voice that was a dozen voices. "Samus is here." The nearest imperial fists simply came apart, their bodies thrown against the walls by the impact of the daemon's arrival. Armor crumpled, bones shattered, no blade moved, no obvious strike was made. They simply died under the weight of something that should not have been. Loken's vision swam. For an instant, he was back on another world, another war, watching the same thing rise from another fallen host. The memory cut through the disorientation like a knife. "Samus," he snarled. The demon's almost face turned toward him, its non-eyes burning. "You remember," it said. "Good. You brought me somewhere important this time." All across the Phalanx, alarms shrieked. Emergency runes flared on bulkheads, vox nets filled with overlapping calls. "Unidentified warp breach on Deck 72, Section Gamma. Reports of non-corporeal entities in Shrine Hall Delta. Possessed crew in Hab Cluster Sigma. Repeat, crew. Changing." The fortress shuddered, not from external fire this time, but from something wrenching at the fabric of its reality. Corridors that had been straight twisted subtly, their perspectives wrong. Hatches opened onto spaces that should not have fit within the volume of the station. Lumen strips flickered and bloomed in colors that made human eyes and human minds ache. Caius Varron, now attached with his cohort to the Phalanx's void garrison, heard the first screams over the internal vox. He was in a firing control gallery, overseeing the redeployment of a battery of macro cannons, when every channel filled with a wash of static and laughter. Not human laughter. Too many voices, too closely overlapped, too perfectly in time. The auxilia around him flinched. One dropped his slate, hands going to his ears, as if that could stop sound pumped directly into cranial implants. "Mute that," Varron snapped. The gallery's overseer stabbed at controls. The worst of the noise cut off, leaving only ghost echoes. In their place came fragmented reports. Thing in the corridor, it is wearing Holden's face. Shadows moving against the light. By the throne, it is inside the wall. Varron felt the hairs on his arms prickle under his armor. "This is not a void breach," he said. "This is inside us. We move. Now." He gathered his nearest squads and pushed out into the corridor network, helmet sealing, weapons hot. The familiar geometry of the Phalanx's hallways felt wrong, as if everything had been shifted half a degree off true. Rust stains that had not been there an hour ago streaked bulkheads, spelling sigils that fled the eye when looked at too closely. They found their first demons in a shrine. The chapel had been dedicated to the Emperor's glory, a high-arched chamber with a gilded aquila over the altar and racks of votive candles along the walls. Now, the candles, burned with inverted light, The Aquila's wings sagged, feathers running like wax. Sacrificial knives that had once been ceremonial lay scattered amid bodies whose faces were not their own. Shapes moved among the pews. They were not fully there. They flowed rather than walked, limbs stretching and contracting like ink in water. Where they passed over the corpses of the dead, those bodies twitched and jerked, bones popping, joints bending the wrong way as something else tried them on like new clothing. Varron raised his Volkite and fired. The beam carved through the nearest apparition. It shrieked, splitting into several smaller echoes before the entire thing evaporated. The possessed corpses it had nearly made its new shell sagged back, boneless. "Forward," Varron barked. "No time for fear. If it moves and it is not one of us, you burn it." It was a war no amount of bayonet drill had prepared his men for. They fought things that did not bleed properly, that slid away, from hits that turned dead companions into new enemies. They learned to watch where the shadows fell, to distrust any movement that did not match the rhythm of human breath. On the command bastion, the reports poured in like a flood. Dorn listened to them with a face that might have been carved from the stone around him. "Warp entities, manifesting on multiple decks," Malcador said, his own expression tight. Even the sigillite looked strained, a faint sheen of sweat on his brow. "Rooted at the point of first incursion, but spreading along strain lines in the station's structure. If we do not contain it, the Phalanx will tear itself apart from within, without a single traitor shot fired." "The breach," Dorn said. "Where?" "Deck 72, Section Gamma, by the original reports," Malcador replied. "The locus is moving. There is an intelligence behind this, a familiar one." "Samus," Dorn said. "I have seen that name in the archive of Loken's reports." "It is more than a name," Malcador said. "It is a pattern, a shell, a vanguard mask for something deeper, and it has used one of our guests as a key." Dorn's gaze hardened. "Release the librarians," he said. A murmur ran around the bastion. Some of the bridge officers made involuntary warding gestures. For many of them, the Council of Nicaea and its edicts against witchcraft were still fresh wounds. "Rogel," Malcador said quietly. "Are you certain?" "They have sat in cells and libraries while the galaxy burned," Dorn replied. "I bound them because the Emperor commanded. That command was given for a different war. This one is here, now, inside my walls. We cannot fight the warp with steel alone. Unlock their chains. Tell them their Primarch calls. Elsewhere in the Phalanx's depths, doors that had been sealed for years hissed open. Astartes in modified plate, their armor marked with subtle glyphs and warding sigils, stepped out into corridors that stank of incense and neglect. Their eyes burned a little too bright. Their hands flexed, tasting again the feel of the warp currents that lapped now at the station like a rising tide. Librarians of the Imperial Fists, long constrained, walked into battle. They were not many. The Legion had never boasted large pools of psychers, and Nicaea had culled even those. But those who remained answered quickly, moving toward the densest clusters of warp distortion. Dorn himself did not wait for their work to be done. He went to meet Samus. Loken followed him, unable not to. He had seen what this particular demon could do, left unchecked. He could not keep himself from watching how a Primarch faced it, when the battlefield was not a war-scarred forest, but the heart of a fortress. They found Samus in a central arterial corridor, one that linked primary engineering to the midships void shield banks. The demon loomed, half phasing through the metal, its form swollen with the stolen shapes of the men it had already worn through. Every time it shed a shell and took another, it grew more defined, more real. Dead crew lay scattered around it. Their bodies were broken, but not entirely still. Fingers twitched, eyes rolled in sockets, mouths whispered nonsense. Samus laughed through all of them. Primarch, it said, in a voice that came from many throats at once. Architect, wall builder, you cannot keep us out. Every stone you set just makes a better altar. Dorn did not answer with words. He drew his blade and advanced. The corridor was tall enough to accommodate his full height, but only just. His yellow armor scraped occasional sparks from the overhead struts. Energy crackled along his weapon's edge as he raised it, the motion precise, economical. He hit Samus like a meteor, the demon's form bent around the blow, flecks of unreality flying from it. For a moment, its outline split, overlapping possible shapes. Dorn drove forward, both hands on the hilt, pushing it back, severing the tenuous bindings that anchored it to the deck. Light flared, air shook, Samus shrieked. Its projected body tore apart, dissolving into a spray of black motes that evaporated as they touched floor and wall. Loken almost let himself breathe. Then one of the fallen bodies jerked. A dead rating, eyes cloudy, spine clearly broken, arched violently. His chest swelled in a way no human anatomy would permit. His jaw dislocated with an audible crack. From between his teeth, something pushed. "You cannot kill Samus," the many-voice hissed. "Samus is always here." The rating's body tore itself apart from within as the demon stepped out again. Dorn did not falter. He turned, blade already swinging. Again, he cut the thing down. Again, it exploded into shards. Again, it found another corpse. This time, a fallen imperial fist, his yellow plate cracking open like an eggshell, and rose. The pattern repeated. Destroy, reform, destroy, reform, each. Manifestation left scars in the corridor. The walls warped further. Deck plates buckled. The air stank of hot metal and something older, a scent like turned earth and grave cloth. "Every death you give it is fuel," Malcador said over the vox, voice strained. "You are breaking its shells, yes, but each time it borrows the shape of another mind on this deck, it learns more of this place. It digs deeper." "How do we end it?" Loken demanded. "There is a key," Malcador said. "It came through someone. It anchored itself in something. Find that, and you can cut its root instead of its branches." Mercedy. Loken's gut turned cold. He broke from the corridor, sprinting back the way they had come, boots pounding, every step feeling as if it might land on a floor that was no longer there. Behind him, he heard the clash of Primarch and Demon, the constant cycle of destruction and rebirth. Varan's war narrowed to a single corridor. They had been pushed back step by step from shrine and hab cluster, from secondary galleries and armories. Each concession had cost blood. Each fallback had been measured, buying time for bulkheads to be sealed, for detonations to be set, for librarians to draw new ward lines. Now, he stood in front of a reinforced hatch that led toward the reactor nexus. If Samus reached that, if the demon managed to worm itself into the plasma heart of the Phalanx, it would not need to tear the fortress apart from without. It could make the station eat itself in a single, catastrophic implosion. "Hold here," Varan said. His voice sounded calm in his own ears. God alone knew if his men heard it that way. His auxilia formed ranks across the wide corridor. Barricades of overturned bulk crates and welded plating provided cover. Heavy volkites and autocannons bristled from behind them. Meltigan teams crouched in reserve, eyes on the far end of the hall. The enemy came in waves, possessed crew, their limbs jerking, their eyes burning with borrowed fire. Traitor boarders who had found breaches in the outer docks and now surged inward, armor spattered with soot and blood. Lesser warp entities that slithered along the ceiling, shapes made of teeth and shadow, reaching down with claws composed of wrong angles. The corridor became a furnace. Volkite beams formed a lattice of kill light. Autocannon shells tore possessed bodies apart. Meltigan blasts turned pockets of the advance into hissing gas. For every creature that fell, another moved over it. Some of the dead twitched, rising, half claimed by Samus's influence, before a second shot finished them. Varen's world shrank to the space he could see through his visor. Target, fire, shift, strike with the maul when something came too close. Drag a wounded man back by his harness, push another forward to fill a gap, over and over. Reactor access holding, he voxed, throat raw. For now. That for now is all that matters, came Dorn's voice, distorted but unmistakable. Keep that door closed, Varen. Whatever else happens on this ship, keep that door closed. Mercedes Ollerton ran toward the one place any sane crewman would be running from. She had fled when the demon clawed itself out of her chest. She had run blindly at first, mind a blur of horror and guilt, hearing the things it did behind her only as sounds. Then, somewhere in the midst of the panic, Malcador's words over the vox had cut through. Key, anchor, root. She had done this. She had been Malagurst's unwitting knife, carried all the way to the Phalanx's heart. The thing had used her to open the door. It was still tethered to her in some way that hurt to think about. If she could pull that tether into the fire, perhaps the door would close. The idea did not feel noble. It felt inevitable. She rode service lifts and maintenance ladders, followed warning runes toward the reactor levels. Twice she nearly died in passing crossfires, ducking back as demon-warped crew and auxilia clashed inside corridors. Once she stumbled into a space where gravity had ceased to apply correctly, and spent long, panicked moments flailing against a wall that refused to acknowledge direction before forcing her way out. The closer she came to the reactor nexus, the harsher the air grew. Heat bled through the bulkheads. The thrum of caged suns was a constant presence underfoot. She found Varen's barricade almost by accident, emerging from a side access hatch into the rear of the auxilia line. For a heartbeat, guns swung her way. "Hold!" Varen barked, recognizing the cut of a civilian's clothing under the grime. She pushed past, drawing in ragged breaths. "You cannot be here," Varen said. "Get back. This is the last place." "It is the only place," she cut in. "It came through me. I can feel it, like a hook under my ribs. If it reaches what is behind that door, it will use me again." Varen stared at her through his visor. "What are you going to do?" he asked, though he knew. "What I should have done when I felt something wrong years ago," she said. "Stop being a coward." The next wave hit the barricade like a storm, possessed bodies throwing themselves onto the guns, demon shapes slipping between them. Varen turned back, roaring orders, his attention dragged to the immediate, necessary work of survival. Mercedes slipped past the hatch. Inside, the reactor chamber was a cathedral of power. Great pylons rose around a central sphere of contained plasma, its light a brutal, constant brilliance. Fields hummed, lines of force gridded the air, barely visible. She could feel the warp pressing against the containment fields, like fingers against glass. The hook inside her tugged, hard, pulling her toward the heart. She walked, each step a fight against fear and against the compulsion that wanted her to turn and run, to live, to find some small corner of the fortress and hide. There was nowhere to hide from this. Not anymore. At the edge of the containment walkway, she stopped. She thought very briefly of the work she had done before the heresy, of stories written, of images captured, of attempts to make sense of giants and wars, of the faces of warriors now dead or gone to darker paths, of one in particular, watching her with weary, honest eyes and asking her to remember. "I am sorry," she whispered. She stepped forward. The tether snapped taut. For an instant, a black shape, half-formed, flared around her, Samus trying to ride her one last time, to jerk her back, to use that connection to drag itself deeper into the reactor's heart. The containment field shrieked. Warp and caged sun met. Light swallowed Mercedes. The tether burned through a line of raw psychic fire. In the corridors outside, in shrine halls and hab decks, every manifestation of Samus flickered. The shell the demon wore on the Phalanx shuddered, its many eyes turning toward the reactor, toward its key. Rogel Dorn felt the change as he drove his blade through yet another of the demon's temporary bodies. This time, when the shell burst, nothing stepped out of the nearest corpse. A pressure he had not allowed himself to consciously acknowledge eased, fraction by fraction. The warp stink in the air receded, like a storm retreating just beyond the horizon. "Containment stabilizing," Malkador said over the Vox, voice ragged with the effort of supporting the right from afar. "The link is severed. The demon's foothold here is gone. It will take time for the echoes to fade, but the worst is over, for the Phalanx at least." Varan and his auxilia held the barricade until the wave in front of them collapsed into twitching remnants. When no new shapes came, when the corridor remained mercifully empty beyond the haze of smoke and the heap of bodies, he let himself sag against the hatch for a moment. "Reactor access. Secure," he voxed, throat raw. Whatever happened in there, it worked. On the command bridge, Dorn stood amid ruin. The Phalanx's nerve center had not been spared. Consoles hung half-gutted, where fragments of unreality had clawed through the fabric of the station. Several senior officers lay where they had fallen, wax seals and rank pins scattered among their bodies. A handful of librarians stood at the edges of the chamber, eyes closed, sealing the last of the psychic wounds. Outside, the fortress still bristled with guns. Its void shield still hummed. It had survived the attempt to make it devour itself. It remained a wall. Dorn looked past the displays that showed internal status and called up the wider system view. The hololith shifted. Pluto and Uranus were marked in sullen traitor colors, their rings broken, their fortresses either destroyed or turned. Jupiter burned, its orbit choked with wreckage. Saturn's moons were scars. Mars was a knot of hostile and contested symbols, the cage around it loosened. Luna glowed with the dull green of enemy occupation, a knife now at Terra's throat rather than a shield. Beyond, the War Master's armada coiled, closing, tightening. The outer spheres were crushed. The fifth sphere had been breached and taken. Mars was a red wound, healing the wrong way. Only Terra remained, wrapped now in the fire of its last orbital fortress and the stone of its palace. "The Phalanx stands," Jagatai said quietly, joining him, eyes on the same projection. "For now," Dorn said. He felt, for a heartbeat, the weight of every decision he had made since the heresy began. Every wall raised, every bastion sacrificed, every order to hold that had ended in silence instead of acknowledgement. Mercedes Ollerton was dead somewhere in the Phalanx's bones. Varan and his men were bleeding in corridors that still stank of demon. Battlefleet Solar was shattered. The skies of Terra were filling with warp-colored storms. "We have won," Jagatai said, with a grim twist of his lips. "The privilege of dying on the ground instead of in the void." Dorn's pale eyes did not leave the hololith. "This was never about victory," he said, "only about where we make our last stand." He reached out and adjusted the projection, focusing it down, down, until the only thing in view was Terra and the labyrinth of trenches, bastions, and redoubts he had carved into its surface around the Imperial Palace. "Signal all commands," he said. "The Void War is lost. The system is lost. All remaining assets are to fall back to Terra. The siege begins." Outside, in the dark, the Phalanx turned its battered prow toward the world below, a wounded fortress ready to be chained to the last wall that mattered. The hololith of Saul looked sick. In the strategium of the Barb Bastion, the projection hung above the table like a dying star system caught in amber. Planets and moons glowed in sullen colors. Pluto and its frozen kin were marked in the green of enemy possession. Uranus and Jupiter were rings of wreckage and traitor sigils. Saturn was a scar. Mars was a churning knot of contested runes, half corrupted. Luna glowed a poisonous shade, its icon ringed in hostile glyphs. Only Terra burned bright and gold. Rogel Dorn stood beneath that light and let his hands rest on the stone table. The weight of his armor was nothing against the weight of what he had to say. Around him, the last of his admirals and generals waited. Fleet officers in threadbare greatcoats, army commanders with dust from a dozen worlds still ingrained in their skin, legion captains in scarred plate, a loyal magos or two, metal and flesh both worn thin. Dorn did not raise his voice. He did not need to. "The solar war is lost," he said. The words fell like shells. No one argued. No one had the strength left to pretend. "We no longer contest the void," Dorn went on. "Battlefleet Solar is broken. The outer spheres are gone. Luna is in enemy hands. Mars is a wound. The Phalanx is the last fortress we have between the War Master's guns and the throne, and even it has been blooded from within." He glanced up at the hololith. Tiny lights flickered around Terra, the last of the loyal ships, holding station or limping into orbit. "We cannot stop him in space," Dorn said. "We can only make him pay a price for every bombardment pattern. Our war now is the surface, the walls, the palace." He looked from one face to another, measuring their reactions: fatigue, resentment, a few stubborn, bitter sparks of defiance. "Every plan you have drawn that begins with, 'If we hold in orbit,' is ash," he said. "Throw it away. From this moment, every effort, every resource, every man not required to keep the Phalanx alive is committed to Terra's defense. We will not win this war. We will decide where we lose it." There was a short, scratchy cough as someone cleared a throat. "What of the Phalanx, Lord?" asked an admiral, her hair gone white under the glow of the hololith. "If we cannot hold the void, do we chain it to the palace and let it die over Terra?" Dorn's gaze shifted to her. "Niora Su Kassan," he said. "You will command it." She blinked once. "You will take the Phalanx out of Terra's immediate orbit," Dorn continued. "Not far. The outer limit of the system, beyond the immediate reach of the War Master's first volleys. You will keep it moving. You will keep it alive." Someone made a small, involuntary sound. "With respect, my lord," Niora said, voice careful. "To withdraw the Phalanx now will leave Terra's sky open. The first wave of the bombardment will fall unopposed. It will fall unopposed whether the Phalanx hangs above the palace or not," Dorn said. "Horus will not leave it untouched. He will bring every ship he has to bear until it is scrap. To chain my fortress to one patch of sky is to let it die for nothing." He tapped the table. New lines traced themselves across the hololith, arcs from Terra outward, looping paths toward the edges of Sol. "I will need the Phalanx later," Dorn said, "as a hammer against his rear, as a refuge if the palace falls sooner than I intend, as a reminder to him that there is still something in this system that can cut him." He inclined his head slightly toward Niora. "Take it and go," he said. "You will not fire upon Terra. You will not risk the Emperor's world to save mine. You will strike at his supply lines, at his lingerers, at whatever he cannot afford to lose. You will make your own war while we make ours here." Niora's jaw clenched. There was pride in her that rebelled at the thought of running while Terra burned beneath her. There was also the cold, hard understanding of a professional officer shown a larger strategy. "As you command, Lord Praetorian," she said. "The Phalanx will live." "See that it does," Dorn said. The council broke apart in fragments after that, orders already rippling ahead of them. Generals stalked away toward the lower levels, where ground plans sprawled over whole floors. Admirals moved toward Vox banks to redeploy what few ships they still owned inward or outward. Dorn remained alone for a moment, watching Sol's projection flicker. The sound of distant engines and marching boots filled the palace's lower halls. The air carried the scent of dust, oil, sweat, incense. Sigismund smelled all of it as the Persephone's gangway clanged into place. He came down in full plate, yellow armor dulled by smoke and shrapnel, the black of his Templar cross stark upon his pauldron. The wound Angron's wars and Aximand's blade had left in his shoulder was a memory now, a tightness under the skin. Other scars had layered over it since Pluto, snaking pale lines across his forearms where armor seals had failed under pressure. At the base of the gangway, men parted for him. Imperial fists, palace staff, solar auxilia carrying crates of ammunition and sealed orders. Some saluted, some stared, recognizing the first captain who had not died where so many thought he would. Sigismund. Rogel Dorn's voice carried even through the noise. Sigismund knelt. "Father," he said. Dorn's hand rested for a moment on his pauldron, heavy and solid. "You disobeyed me," Dorn said, not unkindly. "I sent you to Pluto to die usefully." "I failed in that too," Sigismund replied, a wry twist in his tone. "Perhaps," Dorn said, "or perhaps you succeeded in something else. Kerberos bought us time. Your retreat bought us a commander for the walls. Stand." Sigismund rose. "You have bled in the void," Dorn said. "You know how the Warmaster fights when he thinks he has you pinned. Here he will have you pinned. There is nowhere to retreat to now. No further sphere. This is the last line." Sigismund's mouth tightened. "I swore I would die here," he said softly. "At the heart, blade in hand, not on some rock at the system's edge." "Do not be so eager," Dorn said. "I have uses for you alive before that." He gestured, and hololithic plates flickered to life on the wall beside them, showing segments of the palace's outer fortifications. Trench lines, bastions, gates with names that had already become promises. Saturnine, Lions, Eternity. "You will take command of the Templars," Dorn said. "Every zealot, every duelist, every man who would rather charge the enemy than stand in a firing line. You will weld them into a blade, and you will plant that blade where the line is thinnest. When the War Master himself sets foot on this world, if he ever does, I expect you to be there." Sigismund's eyes burned. "As you will," he said. "By my oath, father." Far from that brief moment of reunion, in a quieter hall lined with brass and slate, Caius Varron stood before an administratum clerk who looked as if he might crumble into dust if someone breathed on him too hard. "Cohort designation?" the clerk asked. "Solar Auxilia, 84th, Varron said. "What is left of us?" A stylus scratched across a wax slate. The clerk's eyes never rose from his work. Behind Varron, a line of other officers waited, each with their own remnants, their own tatters of formations. "Assignment," the clerk muttered, lips moving as he read down the slate. "Outer Palace approaches, Sector Epsilon 9. Sub-command under General Kanduk. Defensive works between bastion markers Gamma and Omicron. Casualty expectation, total." He made a neat mark. "Next," he called. Varron stared at him for a heartbeat. "That is it?" he asked. "A line on a slate." "That is what we all are now," the clerk replied, weary. "Lines on a slate. You will be called when it is time to die. Be sure you are in the right place when the rate of fire tables expect you." Varron almost laughed. He did not. He turned away, slate in hand, and went to find his men. They took their place in the ledger as smoothly as they had taken their place on moons and stations. Trenches waited for them, gun pits and bunkers and forward bastions. The palace's outer skin was a maze of killing grounds, every approach measured, every wall and ditch designed to take the weight of a legion. Now those designs would be tested by the greatest traitor host humanity had ever seen. Above, the last loyal fleets folded themselves down toward Terra. Blood Angel ships fell into low orbit, their red hulls scarred, their prows turned inward. Launch bays yawned, stormbirds and thunderhawks screamed out, engines howling as they dived into atmosphere. Drop pods burned like meteors as they slammed down onto designated landing zones across the palace plateaus. On one bridge, Sanguinius stood with his wings folded close, watching his sons go. "We will not own the sky for long," he said quietly. "Then we take the ground," replied his senior captain. "We will paint it with them." Sanguinius smiled, faint and sad. "We will paint it with ourselves," he said. "But yes, we will hold as long as we can, for our father, for this world." White Scar's vessels did the same, though fewer now, their numbers shorn. What remained of their void strength helped shepherd in their own craft, then peeled away, already thinking of the raids they might launch against Horus's flanks, even as the siege lines closed. In a vault thick with wards and silence, Malcador faced Dorn. The Sigillite looked smaller than he had at the war's start. The strain of holding the warp at bay, of anchoring the Emperor's work beneath the palace, had carved lines into his face that no artifice could smooth. His staff, once an ornament, was a necessity now. "The Emperor remains in the webway," he said. His struggle there has not lessened. If anything, it has grown more desperate. The forces pushing from the other side do not respect what is happening here. They push because that is their nature. Dorn's jaw clenched. "You told me we had to hold the system," he said, "so that the Emperor could finish his work. We have failed that. The system is gone. The void is his. What use now is our holding?" Malcador's gaze was steady. "He is building a door," the regent said, "a way for humanity to walk the stars without wading in filth. That work has not changed, even if the battlefield has. He cannot abandon it now. If he leaves it unfinished, the hole he has made will become a wound worse than anything Horus can inflict." "How long?" Dorn asked. "How long do we have to hold for this door to be finished?" "If I tell you the truth," Malcador said, "you will hit me." "Try me," Dorn replied. "Long enough," Malcador said. "That is all I can promise. I do not know if long enough is measured in years, months, or days. I do not think it is years. I fear it is not months. Days," Dorn repeated. The word felt small in his mouth. "Everything you have built," Malcador said, "must hold long enough. The palace, the walls, the Phalanx if Neora can make good use of it, long enough for the Emperor to step from one war to another. After that," he spread his hands, "after that we shall see if gods can bleed." Dorn looked away. "Then we will buy him days," he said, "as many as we can. If he fails, then all of this would never have saved us anyway." In the heart of the vengeful spirit, Horus Lupercal watched his own rendering of soul. His hololith did not show loyal gold and traitor green. It showed what he cared about: control and targets. Pluto and Uranus glowed as staging grounds. Jupiter and Saturn pulsed with looted resources and refitted bastions. Mars flickered, partly tamed, partly still at war with itself. Luna burned bright with his glyphs, a fist raised over Terra. Only the throne world was still marked as contested. "It is almost done," said one of his senior captains, voice thick with triumph. "The sky is ours. The outer world is ours. Only the palace remains." "Only," Horus echoed. "A word that hides a great deal, Captain." He brushed fingers through the projection of Terra's orbit. "I have seen what Rogel builds when he has stone and time," Horus said. "He has had both here. The palace will not fall to the first knock on the door." "You still hold the initiative," another officer said. "Guilliman is far. His ultramarines cannot reach us before we have crushed this rock and ground it to dust." "For now," Horus replied. "The longer this siege lasts, the more chances chance itself has to work against me. Guilliman, Lion, any of them. If they arrive to find me still battering at the walls, the equation changes." He looked up at the projection of the Phalanx. It was moving slowly, its path arcing outward. "Dorn is clever," Horus said. "He will not leave me every prize. He sends his fortress away to be a thorn later. That is acceptable. I do not need the Phalanx dead to win. I need the palace dead." He straightened, armor creaking. "We will not play at distant bombardment for long," Horus said. "We will not sit here and trade shells with his bastions. First we break his outworks, then we land. The sooner my boots walk those halls, the less chance fate has to snatch this victory away." He smiled, cold. "The throne world alone," he said. "At last." On the Phalanx, Niorasu Carson stood before the main hololith as the fortress eased away from Terra. "Transmission from Lord Dorn," a Vox officer reported. "System-wide channel." "Put it through," Niora said. Dorn's voice rolled through every deck of every loyal ship, through Vox bead and bulkhead speaker alike. "This is Rogal Dorn," he said, "Lord of the 7th Legion, Praetorian of Terra, to all loyal vessels remaining in the Sol system." He did not raise his voice. It carried regardless. "The Void War is over," he said. "We have done all we can here. From this moment, you have two paths." He paused a heartbeat. "Those who can reach Terra's atmosphere are ordered to do so," he continued. "You will descend, you will land. You will lend your guns and your hulls to the defense of the palace and the hive clusters that surround it. If you cannot land, you will burn in the sky over it, and you will take as much of the enemy with you as you can as you fall. There will be no recovery. There will be no retreat. You will become part of the wall." He drew breath. "Those who cannot reach the planet, or whose commanders choose differently, will disengage," Dorn said. "You will withdraw out system. You will not die gloriously for my honor over Terra. You will live ingloriously, to cut at the War Master's rear, to harry his supply lines, to be the nagging pain that never lets him rest even when this world burns. Your war will be longer. It will be thankless. It may be the only war left after this one fails." In hangars and on bridges, men listened. Some looked at one another, weighing choices. Some never had a choice. Their ships were already too damaged to run, or too close to Terra not to burn. "Whatever path you choose," Dorn said, "know this. You have already done your duty. Sol owes you more than it can ever repay. Now we will see how much more we can steal from the War Master before he writes the final sum." The channel cut. On Niora's command deck, officers waited. "We continue outward," she said. "We have our orders. There will be time enough to feel shame or relief later. For now, mark targets in the outer reaches. When he forgets about us, we remind him." On dozens of smaller ships, captains made their own call. Some swung, their prows inward, engines screaming as they pushed toward Terra's gravity well. Others turned their backs on the throne world and headed for the dark beyond Saturn, hearts heavy, jaws set. On the 13th day of Secundus, the sky above Terra broke. It began with a peculiar hush, the constant background murmur of distant gunfire, the rumble of engines, the far-off thunder of construction that had been the palace's heartbeat for years, now fell away. For a few breaths, the wind over the outer trenches carried only dust and the faint tang of promethium. Caius Varron stood in his assigned sector, armor dusty, Volkite resting on the parapet. His men lined the trench on either side, helmets low, eyes fixed on the horizon. Above them, the cloud cover thinned, the sky brightened, then things began to fall. They were not meteors, though they looked like it at first. Streaks of light, bright against the blue, growing, thickening. Some flickered, breaking apart as they hit layers of atmosphere, showering the air with burning debris. Others held together, the shapes within them resolving into the brutal silhouettes of macro shells and orbital killer payloads. They hit the outer hives first. One spire, a needle of stone and steel that had risen from the dust for centuries, simply ceased to exist above its midpoint as a shell the size of a hab block smashed into it. The upper half separated and fell, a rain of screaming rock and humanity. Dust plumes roared outward from the impact. Shockwaves rolled across the plains, slamming into the oncoming wall of the palace's outer defenses. Other shells fell into hive clusters, into manufacturing districts, into sprawling shanties that had grown in the palace's shadow. Fire blossomed. Whole districts vanished in incandescent glare. The air shook and trembled. Men were thrown from their feet, hundreds of leagues from any direct hit. Farther in, the first targeted strikes hit the palace itself. Spines and towers that had been raised as symbols as much as fortifications shattered under the hammer of orbital fire. A golden spire toppled, its upper sections spinning slowly, catching the light as they fell. Bastions buckled but held, their walls drinking force that would have crushed lesser fortresses. On the walls, imperial fists and auxilia braced themselves as shockwaves reached them. Dust gales ripped along the parapets. Vox channels filled with overlapping reports, casualty counts, new fire patterns. In the imperial palace's highest bastion, atop a battlement of stone and adamant that looked out over the burning plains, Rogel Dorn stood. The sky before him was turning to fire. Where once there had been stars and the pale bulk of Luna, now there was only the dark mass of the War Master's armada. Ships blotted out the heavens, their hulls cutting silhouettes against the burning trails of falling ordnance. Between them, warp-colored storms roiled, licking at the upper atmosphere, painting it in shifting, poisonous hues. Beside Dorn, Sigismund stood in full warplate, helm under his arm, eyes narrowed against the glare. The Templar's expression was calm, in the way a blade is calm when it rests in its scabbard. Below them, on the lower walls and in the trenches, Varen's cohort and thousands like it clung to their positions. Men covered their heads as debris rained. Others simply stared upward, faces lit by the reflections of distant explosions. Behind Dorn, Sanguinius's red-armored sons formed up in ordered ranks, their white wings folded on their helms, their standard borne high. White Scar's warriors adjusted their harnesses, their laughter thin but real, as they made last jests about how slow walls were compared to open plain. Somewhere deeper within the palace, Malcador sat in silence, feeling the first fingers of the bombardment reaching even into his fortified sanctum as distant vibrations. Below him, in caverns of light and darkness, the Emperor warred with things that had never known the taste of real space. The ground shook again. Another spire fell. Another hive burned. The first day of the siege of Terra had begun. Dorn watched, his hands resting lightly on the stone of the parapet, as if feeling the fortress's pulse through it. His face was set, not in despair, not in hope, in acceptance. Everything up to this, he said quietly, more to himself than to any who stood near, was preparation. He looked up at the sky of burning metal and shadowed hulls. This, he said, is the war. The heavens burned. The throne world stood alone. And the hell that the solar war had promised finally came home to roost at the Emperor's door.